Bingo, there we go. Now I'm on. Now I'm on. It's a stupid little button I keep forgetting to press on my headset. Hit the like, yes. Run. Bingo, there. Okay. Sweet. Now I can hear me. All right. Now I'm on. It's a stupid little button I keep forgetting to press on my headset. Now I'm hearing myself and I don't want to. Why? Hit the like. There we go. I'll do it that way. All right, boys and girls, here we are. Hit that like button, please. Yes. Ron Bell, are you? I don't recognize your name. Are you somebody I know under a different name now? And if not, if you are new, thank you for immediately coming in and giving the direction to hit the buttons. That's badass. If you are a new person, I appreciate it very much because I can use the support. My channel, it doesn't seem to be growing as much right now as it was. I haven't been doing as much boots on the ground stuff. So any support I can get during these uh what do you call it? During these studio live streams would be very, very much appreciated. I appreciate everybody who's watching. Let me get a new window going here so I can get my monitor going. You go over here. Sweetness. All right. Sorry, guys. I just came on. You are a newbie. Well, I appreciate your attitude, sir. How about that? You come in with you come in firing good shots, and I appreciate that a lot. Let's go here. So I got things ready. I don't know how many videos I'm going to show. I want to talk on this one. I have some things to talk about. So we're going to wait until I get a good group of people in here. For those of you who are in here, I'll just start off with saying that I've been trying to sleep all day. My weekend's about over. I have to work tonight at midnight or earlier if they call me in. But as it stands right now, um, this is usually my sleepy time. And because I switched my schedule for 4th of July things, I am up when I'm supposed to be sleeping. And I tried to sleep all day and I couldn't. And I was just browsing through YouTube videos, laying in bed. I've been watching Quincy's a bunch, BC Preacher, for those of you who don't know. He's actually in DC, and they're about to get stormed on again for how many nights in a row now? It's kind of crazy. I'm not sure what to think about that. Um, this weather is just absolutely horrible there. But while I'm looking at the DC stuff, let's see. Actually, on my feed is a video about what I want to talk about. So I'll get that up. Yo, what's up, Mr. Bill? You know, everybody keeps saying that. I'm not big into taking pills. Because of my health problems, I have to take like pain relievers and stuff like that. And Lady A has to fight with me to do that because I'm not really good at medicinal. How would you say it? Medicinal practices. Kind of suck at it. Wolf and Gang, what's up? Hubie, what's up? Maple MAGA. You and Ronnie are Maple. Are you guys starting your own group up there? Are you guys a gang now? I like it if you are. Wolf, you might not like this video so much if you like Patriot Front, but I encourage you to stick around. You're actually, I want you to give your opinion on it. Chris Jarvis, hello. Let me put this on the screen so you guys have no confusion about who I'm talking about. Yes, it is those people. I'm going to just say that for right now. How do I get to? Oh, I still got to, man, my studio is still not optimum. So if you see me doing this, it's because I'm trying to look over my laptop at my at my monitor. Melatonin. Yeah, I know. There's all good things about it. I know we've been having the same argument about marijuana for 10 years here, my friends and my family. Uh, it's been it's been an argument because I just don't like doing stuff like that. I don't like taking supplements, vitamins, anything. It has nothing to do with what exactly they are or anything like that. There's what was that kratom people been trying to get me to take for years. They've been trying to get me to smoke weed for years. I'm not good at medicinal regimens. That's the word I'm looking for. Regimens. Share Bear, welcome in. Am I missing anybody? Deborah Ireland, welcome, welcome. There's some new names in here, and I appreciate that. Maybe it's the title. And I actually put a thumbnail up today. I figured out how to do that. Go me. Get a pat on the back. I actually figured out how to put a thumbnail up, so that might be helping also. Uh, he is a cult leader. You guys in your cults, that's hilarious. I understand it's a joke in case you guys aren't familiar with what's going on with that. Um, as a joke, people are coming up with these quote unquote cults, and it's completely hilarious. It's funny. I understand. It's kind of like okay, so some of you guys may know already, but there's some new people in here, so you may not know. Is according to the left, I am MAGA. I am MAGA. And I am MAGA in the form that I want to make America great again, and I believe in a lot of the things that the MAGA movement believes in. So I am MAGA, but I am not MAGA because I'm a Trumpster. And I also embrace those four letters because it triggers the hell out of the left. Um, if the left wasn't so triggered by it, I'd be like, yeah, MAGA's cute, whatever. But the fact that it's such a big thing and they use it against us and everything, kind of like Chris and Danny with their chud thing now, is they're embracing the insults that they throw at us. And I am somewhat of a centrist. I believe my values and my views are balanced in more towards the middle than a lot of people that I associate with. I lean far right, but I am not far right. Uh, I love to embrace the things that triggers the radical left. If they don't like it, I love it. You know, I could almost call myself guilty of voting for Trump because it triggered the left. It's literally that bad. If I find out anything triggers the left, I'm going to embrace it. The radical left. I have Democrat friends, and I don't go running around and poking them, and and all that. Sometimes joking around, yeah, but in real life, I'm not the type of person that is likes to go around and be confrontational and all of that. But yeah, exactly, Wazzy. The Trump 2028 thing. We all know Trump cannot be president in 2028. We all know this, or technically 2029. He will still be president in 2028. But we all know he can't run for president again. He's not going to be a king. He's not going to do all this. But just saying Trump 2028 triggers the living shit out of these idiots. So we're going to run with it. If you're going to be that much of a snowflake, we're gonna build a fire. It's that simple. So I don't know. I forgot where I was going with this, but yeah, I literally forgot my train of thought now. I forgot where I was going with this. Oh, brain fart. But okay, so let's redirect here. Sorry, they are extreme anti-communist. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so here comes the hard part. I've got 20 people in now, so I can start talking about this. There's plenty enough people to make an impact with. So, okay, some of you guys know my history. I've literally been a right-wing activist since the turn of the century. Um, and actually before that, I had my first right-wing protest, I guess you could say it. Um, was I think in 1998 when we had a small little demonstration about the county, Multnomah County, which is Portland is in. For those of you who are not local, Multnomah County is the county that encompasses most of Portland. They decided against the will of the voters to start issuing gay marriage license. And we had just a small little, and it wasn't violent, it wasn't loud. There was maybe a dozen of us standing in front of the county clerk's office with little signs saying, pro straight marriage or some kind of crap like that. It wasn't, no, it didn't even make the evening news. It was so little. But we felt like we had to make our voice known and let people know that there was opposition and hoping we could get a little article on the news because back then we didn't have the internet. So you had to get enough attention, garner enough attention that you would be on the 6 o'clock newscast, right? So we went there with some signs and whatever. I had my little kids out there. It was so lame. They gave us this little cordoned off section of the street that was probably 10 by 20 feet all told, with some, and the cops were standing right there, and we were standing there laughing with the cops and everything, and we got a couple of people in line to, banter back and forth, but it was really so tame that even the people we were protesting against were laughing and smiling with us and giving us hugs. It was the least confrontational protest I've ever been to in my entire life. But it was something. We just wanted to get our opinion out there, and we weren't there to attack anybody, and we weren't out there against gayness. We weren't out there, anti-homosexuality or anything like that. We were just trying to protect what we thought was the sanctity of actual heterosexual marriage in a very non-confrontational way. Like I said, we had our little free speech zone, and we stayed in it, except for I literally tried to marry my dog that day, and that didn't go over very well. I almost ended up arrested for that. I literally, that's how bad. I had two preschoolers and a dog with me at this little teeny rally thing we had, and I got this. I was so bored that I actually stood in line and went into the county clerk's office and tried to get a marriage license for me and my dog, because everybody outside was saying love is love, and if you love somebody you should be able to marry them, and blah 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 blah. So I took it to the extreme and tried to marry my dog. They didn't like it very much. They weren't amused. They didn't think it was as funny as I thought it was. Neither did my wife at the time. She didn't find it as humorous as I did either. But it was literally so lame we didn't even make it on the news. And then my first big counter thing I went to is around the turn, around Y2K at some point. A bunch of protesters took over an intersection at Second and Burnside in the middle of Portland during going home rush hour, and they were protesting Bush's actions in the Middle East. And they stopped all kinds of traffic. I mean, it's a major, major intersection, and they blocked it off, and they were burning flags and whatever. And I drove 40 miles, way past the speed limit, and I'll tell you the quick little story. My kid was 4 at the time, maybe 5, I'm not sure. Uh, and we had raised them to be patriotic. And she had a TV in a room upstairs, and bless her heart, I raised my kids right, until I didn't raise them anymore. And they were very patriotic, and they understood some things. And she come downstairs, and she's hanging through the stair rail, and she looks at me and she says, "Daddy, I thought you told me that the flag was special." And I said, "Oh, Bach is in here. What's up, Bach?" She said, "Oh, we actually agree on something here, Bach. We'll get to that, but stay tuned because mark it on the calendar. You and I actually agree on that." My daughter, looks down at me and she goes, "I thought you said the flag was special." I said, "It is, honey. It's always special, and we treat it with respect." And she goes, "Why are those people putting it on fire on the TV?" And it literally made me stop. My heart missed a beat. I just stopped there. It was after work. I had worked hard all day. I was laying back with some kind of drink next to me on the end table, and I'm chilling on the couch, and my fat ass is just being lazy watching TV. And I said, "Honey, it's not right." And she says, "Daddy, you should go do something about that." And what are you going to do? What are you going to do? I threw my boots back on, jumped in my car, and drove all the way up to Portland, and ended up rescuing a flag that was getting burnt. And the story's a lot longer than that, but my kid, for a lot of years before she turned into an indoctrinated liberal, she kept that flag and hung it in her bedroom and everything. And I was like, that was one of the biggest honors of my life, that my daughter got to see me do that, because she thought I was Superman over that kind of stuff. But that was somewhere around Y2K. And then there were other little events in between these years, but 2015, when after Trump came down the escalator, is when activism got a giant shot in the arm, took a huge boost. The Trump movement reunited right wing activism on a huge scale. especially here in Portland. And that's when I got back into activism super, super heavy, and I became what we now call an OG. I say all that to say this. I've been around this for a long time, and I've been around the current Patriot movement. And when I say current, I mean 2015 to present. Uh, Seen a lot of people come and go, seen a lot of different groups come and go, seen, factions break off and try their own thing. And then some of them come back and reunite. I was there at the beginning of the Proud Boys. I was there at the beginning of Patriot Prayer. I've hung out with Oath Keepers and Bikers for Trump and been a three percenter before the Trump movement. Um, all I've seen so much happen in the activism world in the last, I guess now would be 11 years. I feel pretty. I feel like it's a fair statement to know to say that I know a lot about the Pacific Northwest Patriot movement. Like I said, and I keep, I know a lot of things that I don't even talk about because I watch things all the time. I'm a glutton for information. I try to stay up on things. It's getting harder as I get older, but I've always tried to stay in the know, as they say. But here's the deal. This Patriot Front thing, they're making it look very, very big. Every time they meet, there's hundreds of guys with them. They've been all over the country. They've been to I've seen them in California, Texas, Idaho, Washington, D.C. I have yet once to see them in Portland. And if I'm incorrect, please tell me. I may have missed something, but I have yet once to see them in Portland. Um, Arguably, debatably, Portland has been the biggest hotbed of activism in the country for a while now. There have been other places that have taken the spotlight from time to time, but on a consistent basis, Portland has been the key geographic position for activism and confrontations between the left and the right, so on and so forth. If it wasn't, most of you in my chat would not be here right now. That's the only reason I have a channel is because y'all are watching what's going on in Portland. And I went boots on the ground and showed live what was going on in Portland, among a lot of other people. And you guys dug it. You guys liked my opinion on it. So now I have 1,300 viewers. That tells me right there. There's some out here, but not many in Patriot Front wants to avoid. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Excuse me. Knowing all the people I know and knowing all the groups that I know, I have yet to encounter one single, absolutely lone person in 11 years or however long it's been now that Patriot Front has been a thing. I have yet to meet one person that claims to be from Patriot Front. There's obviously tons of opinions out there, both in person and online. People think they know this, people think they know that. I think I know this, I think I know that. I have yet to have a conversation, even briefly, with one person that claims to be from Patriot Front. And I am involved in the biggest activism scene in the country. Does that seem odd to anybody else? Does that seem like the math is not adding up? Okay, I understand strict OPSEC, but um, like I said, you would think throughout this whole time that I would have met one person. I mean, at the very least, one person saying, "Yo, dude, I found this out, and I'm gonna go check these people out and whatever." I have people that approach me that I've never met in my life, and they're like, "I know who you are, dude. You're an OG. Why don't you come talk to me for a minute? I'm gonna ask you about this because I've met this group." I've literally had people walk up to me in the middle of downtown Portland and do that recognized me and pulled me aside and said, "Yo, I know you know what's going on around here. Let me talk to you about this." And with their Robbie, he's mad at me for saying on Tommy's chat that he has anger issue. Okay, we're not doing drama, Scotty. We're not doing drama. We're not. No, we're not going to do that. No fighting in my chat, please. We're talking about other things. They are largely an East Coast group, but I've seen them in California. I've seen them in Texas. I've seen them in Idaho. Idaho's right next door, bro. And we are literally the hotbed here on a consistent basis. Like I said, shit happens all over the country. And every once in a while, they'll take the spotlight off us for a little bit, like Minnesota did. And then New Jersey has over, recently. We are consistently the biggest hotbed. So, to me, I mean, like I said, I could be wrong. I'm not perfect. I'm just giving you my what it looks like sitting from my chair. It doesn't add up to me. I've met people from all of these, what's it called? Not the Warhammer or whatever. I've met people from what's it called? The European Front or whatever, all these other supposedly neo-Nazi, I get lumped in with them all the time, even though I don't really know them or anything like that. Of course, Moondog, please be honest. I want everybody to be honest. There's no reason for them to go to Portland and get attacked. Thomas has clearly stated it. Okay, so do you want my honest opinion on that statement, Wolf? That sounds like a bunch of pussies. And I'm just being 100% real. If you want to get your message out there and you're so we're badass, we're doing this, we don't want to be replaced, yada 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 yada. Hey, Godfreys, wouldn't you want to go where you're getting the most attention? I don't believe that. He can say it all he wants. That math doesn't math for me because Portland is a hotbed of all the things that they say they're against. And not to mention, according to the left, anyways, and according to some history, um, Portland itself has a history of being anti-person of color. I don't know what the safe way of saying that is, but Portland, literally, according to the left's narrative, even more so, they have a history of being racist here in Oregon. They make no secret that there's somewhere in the Oregon Constitution that actually says something against black people, even though it was written so far long ago. And if you go around Portland, you understand there's still not that many compare. I've been all over this country. I've lived all over this country. Portland is pretty damn white. It's not as white as they would like you to believe, but Portland is pretty white. But I don't think it's I don't think it's a what do they call that? What's the word they like to use? Systemic. I don't think it's a systemic problem. I think it's just that this is not the type of environment that attracts black people. Like I said, I grew up with black people. I lived on the east side of Cleveland, Ohio. I was the minority. I know how the demographics of the black community work. I'm not a scholarly expert on it or anything like that, but you know, for a lot of my life, I was the minority and I was the one white guy hanging out with a giant group of black people. I understand how black people think. I understand how uh, demographically the black community works. And this is just not the type of thing you notice where they accumulate, for lack of a other way to put it. Popular areas for black people um, are usually where there's a lot of labor jobs. Well, it used to be. Nowadays, it's changing and it's pushing them all over the place because they're having to adapt because statistically they were going to Midwest cities that had manufacturing, that had blue collar union jobs. Um, with all the suburban creep, the suburban crawl, with everybody moving out of the city, it opened up inner cities full of less expensive real estate and things like that. So this is why you see quote unquote underserved communities end up in certain places. Hang on a second. All right, guys, back. Sorry, had to take care of some domestic stuff there real quick. But where was I? Oh, demographics. So demographically speaking, and compared to other places, we don't have a lot of Portland is a very diverse city, but in most metropolitan areas, there's a significant African American community. We don't have that in Portland. They kind of fall in line with every other demographic group out there, every other cultural group and whatever. And it's less significantly black than it is in a lot of major cities. And a lot of the activists like to attribute that to Oregon's racist policies. I don't think that's the case. I think there may be slight significance to that in the past, and it may have some lasting effects. I'm not going to deny that. Um, but um, nowadays, not so much. It's just not the kind of thing that huge populations of black people congregate to. But because there's been a couple, I mean, if you oh my god, if you go to Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland, Baltimore, DC, New York, Buffalo, all of these, because that's kind of my where I grew up, my area. There are black on black, white on white, white on black, black on white. There are crimes where people lose their lives all the time. Um, we had one year, I think we had 25 homicides in a year, and they were saying that that was some kind of record. You go back to like Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland, you can have 25 in a night, bro, at least or a weekend. So that's how different it is out here. And because of that, when these crimes happen, they get a lot of media attention. And if they happen to involve different races, then it gets even more because we have a very, very liberally slanted news machine out here. But back to my original point, because of that, this seems like the kind of place where a group that espouses the ideas that Patriot Front allegedly espouses would thrive. You would think they would thrive. I mean, like Idaho makes sense, but Oregon is not that much different than Idaho. Okay, guys, I can't keep up with all the chat right now, so sorry if I'm missing anything's going on in chat. I recommend the Jake Shields interview with Thomas Russo. I will have to check that out. Remind me later, Wolf and Gang, and I will check it out because to be honest, I've thought so little of Patriot Front that I haven't dug into them and done a whole lot of homework. So I'm not going to sit here and claim to be an expert. My opinion is solely based on my experience. What do they call it? Allegory? There's a word for it, but it's solely based on my experience and what I know. And I do know that all of these things that they want to preach about and talk about, Portland would seem to be a good field to throw your seeds in. Oregon seems like a good field to throw your seeds in. And then it seems like Portland would be a good place to get attention for your cause. If I was running Patriot Front and if it was legit and I was running Patriot Front, Portland would be a target for me. Knowing what I know about activism, knowing what I know about groups, knowing what I know about sex and cults, sex SECTS and cults. Um, remember when Proud Boys kicked? Yes, I do remember that, Bill. I should have been there that day, but I wasn't. Um, but I mean, that's exactly why the Proud Boys flourished like they did here in Portland, is because everything that the Proud Boys believe in hits home here in the Northwest, and that's why there's so many Proud Boys in Washington and Oregon. That's why it hit home here. And you would think a group like Patriot Front would have the same goal and drive here as that. And please, 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 I'm not comparing Proud Boys to Patriot Front. If it's that easy, are you asking me? If that okay. Moondog, if you're asking me that, be a little more specific, please, sir. Because like I said, at I'm glancing at chat, so I'm not completely following everything. What's up, Ed Eagle? Um, so it really is amazing to me that after 11 years in invested in activism here in Portland, in Oregon in general, the Pacific Northwest, that I have not met one single person that claims to be part of Patriot Front. And I don't care about OPSEC, man. I really don't. I understand what you're saying about that, but I am a person that people are comfortable enough talking to, and people don't worry about it with me. I am like the master at OPSEC. This right here is a huge lockbox full of secrets that nobody else should know, because I don't talk shit. I'm not a snitch. I don't run around and blab people's business. I know so much about so many people. If I wanted to be in the blackmail business, I'd be rich. But I'm not that kind of person. And because I've spent a couple decades now holding people's secrets, lock and key, people trust me to talk to me. And I still, so if anybody in my circle or if anybody that I knew, even my extended circle, was part of this, I would probably know. There is the off chance that I don't, but I would probably know. What's the benefit of going out and getting attacked? It's getting your message out there, Wolf, just like we do. One could say that about we do. What's the benefit of me going down to ICE and potentially getting attacked? And I've gotten threatened and I've had standoffs, but I've never been attacked in a long time. I did in the first wave of, in the OG wave of patriotism, but not these days, not the current ICE protest wave. I've not been actually attacked. Did I say hello, Jeannie? Hi, Jeannie. Trying not to miss anybody, but like I said, I'm on a kick right now. So if I miss anything in chat, you guys got to forgive me. But the thing is, okay, so if they're so anti everything else but white, I don't really want to take the time. Maybe it's in this video. I'll take a look and see if it's in this video. But there's a famous picture out now that I saw on another video earlier. And maybe I can, maybe, oh, they're going on. Maybe it will be in this video. Let me look. There's a video that's going viral right now. Hi, honey, I'm live. If you need me to pause, give me a few minutes, okay, baby? All right. Thank you. I love you. Okay, I'm not seeing it in this video, but it's similar to this right here. This snapshot right here, but in one of these seats was a black girl. And I say girl because she didn't look more than 17, 18, maybe 19 years old to me. She looked rather young. And in the picture, she's sitting there and she's surrounded by all these guys. And then below it, they put a picture of, I think her name, oh, I can't remember her name, but It was one of the Birmingham oh my god, I'm so bad at terminology, but you guys don't know what I'm talking about. The black kids that they had to escort into school down in Alabama when it kicked off the civil rights movement. They put a picture of that, of the girl getting screamed at as she's trying to go into the school, underneath a picture of a black girl sitting on a bus full of these guys. None of these guys were even looking at her. And she's just sitting there, just completely still, just staring at a camera. None of the guys in the picture, I wish I could find that picture. None of the guys in the picture were even looking at her, let alone yelling at her, threatening her, anything. And I'm like, that is misrepresentation because they're comparing apples and oranges. And Wolf, I'm agreeing with you on this one. It's a bunch of white guys dressed up in silly outfits taking public transportation somewhere, and there just happened to be a black person sitting on the same train. That's all it was. They were not threatening her. They were not, she just sure didn't look fearful. I can't speak for her state of mind. I don't know her, but she sure didn't look fearful. And the person I was watching was making that point. It's like, what if and it was a black person that was doing the video I was watching too. So I'm not watching some white supremacist video. It was actually a black guy commentating on it. And he said, it would be a whole different situation if you had a bunch of Black Panthers or even a bunch of YNs on this public transportation and there was one lone white kid sitting there. That would be a huge, huge different situation. And he said it, not me. This is a black guy saying this. So as much as okay, so I'm going to say it. I think these guys are an op. I don't think these guys are legit. I don't believe what they're saying. I don't believe in half the stuff they're saying. Some of it I agree with. I'm not going to lie. But every message has to have an element of truth. Otherwise, nobody's going to listen to it. Then you just sound like Pam. But every psyop, every message has to have some element of truth. So I can't say that I 100% disagree with them. But at this point, I'm going to say it's 60-40 me favoring me disagreeing with them. I don't completely buy into the great replacement theory or anything like that. Again, there's elements of truth in it, but I'm not running around. I'm not in fear of my skin color being erased in this country. I don't agree with DEI. I don't agree with a lot of the I grew up in busing. I was bused to school. I told you guys earlier that for a good significant portion of my life, I was a minority. It was because of desegregation. I lived in a 99% white neighborhood, and they bused us 45 minutes across town to go to school in the projects. And it was a 2,500 student school, and there were two buses of white people they sent to that school. We got our ass beat every day. It was bad. A lot of kids just dropped out of school because we got messed with hard. They like to say reverse discrimination is not real. You know, I don't think there is a reverse discrimination. I think discrimination is discrimination. But there is a whole lot of racism. There's just as much racism that comes from the black side as there is comes from the white side. It is a thing. Black people can be and are racist. Not all of them, obviously. But there's just as much black racism against whites as there is the other way around. It just happens to be we're the larger population. So if you want to count person for person, of course it's going to be more coming from the white side. That's how math works. But as a percentage wise, I think they run pretty even. And I experienced it a big chunk of my life. So I tell you this from firsthand accounts. My parents did not understand the whole May Day thing and used to make me go to school on May Day. And there were like 6 of us on the bus going to school. Most kids would not most white kids would not go to school on what May Day. And I have literally, no exaggeration, no joke, no hyperbole, I have spent more than one May Day in a locker because obviously when I was in high school, I wasn't as big as I am now. I was literally the smallest kid in my class while I was growing up. I was a little kid and I had a mouth way bigger than my ass. And I've spent more than one May Day half naked shoved in a locker. And I got off easy. The only reason I got off that easy was because I got along with black people. I was literally the token white guy a lot of times because I didn't grow up with racism in my family. And when I got thrown into the Cleveland public school system, I loved black culture. I loved R&B because I'm into music. Some of you guys know this, and I love quote unquote black music. I hate that term, but that's the only way I can describe it right now. I loved R&B. It was in the beginning days of rap. Rap became a thing when I was in middle school, and I loved it. I could dance when I was younger. Can't do it now. I'm old and decrepit now, but I was actually a pretty good dancer, especially for a white boy when I was. Um, are some of you got Gen Xers out there old enough to know what steppin' was? Put in the chat if you remember steppin'. If you're old enough to remember what steppin' is. I know if Quincy was in here, he'd know exactly what I was talking about. And when I was in high school, I used to get drug along by the black gangs to go hang out at the bowling alley on the edge of town and get entered into stepping contests with a group of 5 or 6 other black guys because I could dance. So, and I could sing and I was good at R&B and loved R&B. So, I was, somewhat embraced by the black community. And the thing is, and here's the thing that's funny, and some of you guys that have grown up in the inner city understand this one. You have these white guys that go around grow up around black guys that want to forget they're white. Black people don't like that. Now, I could go around and I could hang out underneath the bleachers in the gymnasium and sing R&B with these guys and learn dance steps and hang out and all of that. I could walk around the projects. I could hang out in the middle of Brick City on the edge of a basketball court, even though I couldn't play basketball very well because I was little and uncoordinated back in the day. But I could hang out in the middle of Brick City projects, the only white guy at the courts, and not get messed with because I was that cool with black people because I didn't have racism in my heart. My family did not teach me that. I didn't understand it. One of my godparents was actually a 6'5" black trucker guy. And so like I didn't grow up thinking black people were bad. And then I liked the culture when I got thrown into it. Yes, I don't want to use that word, but yes, Chris Jarvis, that's exactly what I'm talking about. But so because of all of that, I was embraced by my black schoolmates. But yet I walked around in Levi's and a flannel shirt and a John Deere hat, didn't walk around going, yo, 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 what's up? I didn't talk like Will. I talked just like I do now. Didn't embrace Ebonics or anything like that. I was, for all practical intent and purposes, I appeared and acted as white as can be, but I wasn't racist. I enjoyed hanging out with black people more than I enjoyed hanging out with white people at that time. Because, like I said, I was really into music and I was really into R&B and rap and all of that kind of stuff. So I did. I enjoyed black people more than I enjoyed white people, the culture. But I didn't change who I was. I was still who I was. And I got embraced for that, and that was cool. Again, I keep going on a tangent and losing my train of thought. I don't know where I was going with this now. This is crazy that I keep forgetting. Oh, we're talking about segregation. Thank you for putting that word up there, Wolfing Gang. But so I understand racial tensions from both angles. I got put into institutions starting when I was almost 16. I was in group homes and things of that sort, and was, trying to fight going to juvie and whatever, because I was a little miscreant. I was a bad kid. Because of things that happened in my life, I was pretty aimless, and I was incredibly, I wasn't dumb by any means. So I was doing what I had to do to get by, but it caused friction in my family, and I ended up into institutions. And again, being in Cleveland, Ohio, there'd be 20 kids in this group home, and two of us would be white. So I felt the not so common effects of segregation. I was forced to be a minority through most of my adolescence. Yeah, this is why I still smoke menthols to this day, because of growing up in the black community. Speaking of, hold on a second. Just reminded me of something. Hold on. All right, everybody, I'm back. I'm back, guys. Sorry about that. We're trying to come up with a list for a store run that Lady A's doing. So sorry about that interruption. What? Something big and cold, icy to drink, please. Yeah, you said that already. That's cool. Maybe he'll be quiet for a while then. Okay. Thank you, babe. Love you. See you a bit. Did I see somebody say they're from Cincy? It's in my Cincinnati. Yeah, Chris Jarvis. If you're Cincy, you gotta hate Cleveland. I get it. We don't actually think about Cincy that much, but Ed Eagle, you're from Akron. Did I know this already? My I have kids and their families live in either Akron or Cuyahoga Falls. I'm not sure. I know one of them's in Cuyahoga Falls. I don't know if both of them are or not. But it's basically the same thing. Cuyahoga Falls and Akron is the same thing. Um, where was I? Oh, I think I was saying all this due to reverse discrimination. We can't get menthol smokes in Canada. Are you serious? Oh, I would go nuts. I'm smoking one of hers right now, and she smokes regular Marlboro Blacks, and it's like, bleh. If you see me making faces, that's why. It's like smoking dirt to me. Anyways, losing all my viewers because I'm off the topic, I think. I'm going on tangents. Sorry, guys. I don't have any friends. I don't have anybody to talk to, so I ramble sometimes. But I don't know. Let's get back to the original point, this Patriot Front thing. It just seems so suspect to me. It really does. It just doesn't seem right. I learned how to ride a motorcycle in Ravenna. Anyways, uh, and it just knowing what I know about how activism works and groups work and stuff like that, um, it's really hard to get that many people that organized and that to that level of formation and uniformity and all of that without major incentives. Hopefully, I'm putting that correct. There's there's just this huge element to Patriot Front that just doesn't seem real. It seems completely made up. And there's a lot of rumors going around that they're an op from the left, which would stand to reason they have ties to the SPLC. Um, they sure get a lot of photo ops. Let's put it that way. They seem to be in the right place in the right time to get a lot of photo ops. And I don't buy it. It's not organic. It's not uh, it just doesn't add up to me. It really doesn't. I would like to, because Wolf, you keep bringing up all this stuff, and I can tell that you believe in them, which is cool. You're entitled to that. I'm not talking shit about you for it. I would like to have a sit down with this guy. I really would. Um, if you're saying that he's so worried about OPSEC, it probably couldn't be like an online interview or anything like that. But I guess it would. I guess it would behoove me to get and see. I don't like researching things online or reading articles or anything like that. I'm more of a an in-person figuring it out kind of thing. Like I've told you guys before, when it comes to local elections, even anything within state, um, I don't vote for anybody I haven't had a handshake with, shared a handshake with. Most of the people that I support, I will go even farther. I will have a sit down with them, eat dinner, at least a lunch snack or something. I've shared glasses of wine, had a whiskey. I had one local guy that was into kombucha, so we went to some. He's a Democrat, so we went to some fancy schmancy place and shared some kombucha drinks or whatever it is. Um, I'll go to fundraisers. I was not a fan of David Medina until I met him in person at a flag wave, and he completely changed my attitude towards him. Unfortunately, it was a little bit late, but um, when I say research, I don't mean looking online. I don't mean reading stories. I don't mean reading articles. When I say research, I mean having a talk with the people involved and having them convince me of their opinion, stance, or loyalties. And I would like to do that with somebody from Patriot Front. In the meantime, it seems super sketch to me. And somebody put in there, and I'm not going to dig through to find out who, but somebody's in there said that they are there just to make conservatives look bad. I agree with that. Being in the activism scene for as long as I have, and you guys know, and anybody who's been in the scene with me for a while knows, I am not afraid to call out my side for being dumb. I've done it on live streams. I've actually criticized the right's tactics and immediate actions openly and publicly, and then I've talked to them about it because they know that when we are on the same team and I criticize what you're doing, it's from a place of love. Stream down. Whose stream is down? Is my stream down? No, I don't think so. Let me don't scare me like that. Don't nobody play with my head. I don't think my stream is down. Live action videos. That's a new name. Welcome. Focus. I don't think I said hi to you. Welcome, Focus. If my stream is really down, somebody needs to tell me. He even criticizes my dancing. And see, that's since Mr. Bill popped in, Mr. Bill got blacklisted. Mr. Bill went through a lot of shit, and as did Quincy. Anybody who comes out, but I think, and I'm not doing this to toot my own horn, but my wife and I have discussed this at length. So this is what we came to: is that somehow I have a gift of saying things that people don't like without hurting their feelings. And I can't explain it. I don't think it's some kind of superpower that I developed or anything like that. I think I'm just good at speaking most of the time. I know how to present ideas to people without hurting their feelings, even when it's contrary to their own ideas. I think it's a gift that I was blessed with. So I'm able to criticize people without getting blacklisted. I've said all the same things that Quincy has said. I've said all the same things that Mr. Bill has said, and I don't even get thrown out of chats for it because somehow I'm able to, and it's through God's blessing, not due to anything that I did on my own. This is all God blessing me with this gift. I am able to present contrary ideas without hurting people's feelings. Did you see Lady A busting her was Oh yeah, she was dancing yesterday, wasn't she, Hubie? Yeah, I remember that now. I didn't know what you were talking about until you just said that. When we were getting cotton candy. Yeah, I remember that now. I think conservatives do a great job making themselves look bad by constantly adopting leftist viewpoints and following their change of definitions. That's a sticky one right there, Wolf, because sometimes we have to adapt a little bit and we have to embrace some things in order to get our point across. But there is a certain element of that, and I've called that out too. Sometimes I think we go a little too far and we get to the point where we're losing our identity because we're assimilating to people that we don't want to be. Does that make sense? Am I saying that correctly? Oh, you lost the stream. Okay, focus. Where? Oh, big story. Yeah, you must be somewhere east. Well, there's some shit going on like down towards Texas and Nebraska right now too, I think. So no telling where you are, but there is a lot of adaptation, Wolf. There is a lot of adaptation that sometimes I agree with, sometimes I don't. That's a fine line to walk. Uh, and if you think that way, then it makes 100% more sense why you are a fan of Patriot Front because by all appearances, they are making a stand. By all appearances, and what we see by the book's cover, they look like a group of people that are drawing a line in the sand. So I understand due to those comments that you just made, it all lines up. The maths for you. You know what I'm saying? It makes yeah, the Overton one. Yeah, I get it. I get it, Wolf. I get it 100%. And I'm somewhat agreeing with you on this one. Um, let's go 50-50 with you on this one. Um, I think there's some of it is necessary, but there's also a limit to how much you should. So that's where we get the 50-50. Because I think the problem is the slippery slope. Once you start adapting and then you continue to do so, you pass that line, and that's where the problem lies. I think a little bit of meeting in the middle is not bad, but the problem is once you start sliding down the hill to meet in that middle, you go zipping right past the line. And I think we can both agree on that one. And I do see that happening quite a bit. It's about drawing a line and saying no. Yeah, yeah, I understand that. I see that, and I'm not disagreeing with you. There has to be a line, and you guys should know me enough to know by now that I'm kind of a meet in the middle kind of guy. I believe in some limited compromise because we need to come to some sort of agreement that we can both accept in order for it to be feasible. So there has to be some compromise on both sides. There has to be some meet in the middle. But what happens is when one person, and this happens in marriage too, any of you guys that are married understands this happens in marriage also. When one of you starts compromising your values to meet the other one, a lot of times the other one just runs with it until you're way on their side. And then you're looking back going, how did I get here? And I think that's happening with conservatives. I think they're like, okay, we'll concede on this one a little bit, and that'll move us a little closer to them. And hopefully they're supposed to move closer to us too, but they don't. Yes, I agree. I agree, Wolf. Yes, I agree. We have compromised too much. And I'm trying to explain why I think that's happening is because we tried to meet in the middle, but we were the only ones moving. Does that make sense? Does that make it a little bit more clear? When you meet in the middle, you're supposed to both be moving towards each other, but because the right side are the more mature, more adult, more uh, uh, goal oriented, success oriented, we will do the movement. We'll take those first few steps because we want it to really happen. They're doing it begrudgingly. We're doing it to get to an end goal. They're doing it because they feel forced to do it. And if they don't have to, they won't. So while we're moving forward towards them, they're either staying put and making us come to them, or they're backing up and making us come farther to their side as they retreat farther into their side. And I think that's what's happened for the last 100 years. And I think that being said, this is why people like Patriot Front, this is why Proud Boys got so blew up so fast, is because they saw us standing there and taking a stand and saying, no, we're not going to do this anymore. And I've also watched the evolution of Proud Boys. And we started out in a garage with 5 or 6 of us. And now I've literally seen them march military style into Salem 100 deep. I've watched that evolution take place over a 10-year span. And I've kind of half-assed studied why it was happening, and part of that is because people are tired of compromising. Because it always works that way, because compromise is supposed to be 2 parties compromising, but it hasn't been. It's only been our side compromising, and they take advantage of it and run. So when groups like this come up that look like they're uncompromising, they're going to attract a lot of people. So I understand the draw, I understand the fascination with them because a lot of us, myself included at times, I feel like it's when I let my emotions get the better of me rather than my logic skills. But when that happens, I want to draw that hard line too. And I want to stand there and hold that line and say, do something to get me off this line. So I understand the draw. I understand the that part of it. So this is why I say that I don't completely disagree with them, but I don't completely agree with them. Again, we come back to the Zach is live at that's where all my viewers are. I don't know. I've also seen I've seen infiltration. And I'm not just talking about Fed infiltration. I get it. You're going over to Zach. I'm probably going to lose a bunch of my viewers to Zach. I may put up Zach here in a few minutes. I've seen infiltration into patriot movements, and I know why we're susceptible to it. Because a lot of us try to do the adult and respectable thing while we're doing activism, but in the background there are other people, and there are also there's parts of myself. Like, you guys have seen me, I go down there, I try not to talk too much, I try not to get any confrontations, I try to just be chill, but every once in a while, the more angry of angels inside of me take advantage, and I end up standing in front of Mike in the middle of Clackamas Road or Sunnyside Road. because that's always hanging there. We're angry. The conservative movement seems to attract way more alpha males than beta, as opposed to the left that attracts more beta because they need direction and they need somebody to hold their hand and they need sympathy and all of this. But on the right side, we attract people that, we want to be beta and we want to be around betas. And in my personal experience, I can tell you that that does not breed uniformity in organization. You've got a whole bunch of alpha males that want to do their own thing. And from what I've seen of activism over the last 20 years or so, this does not fit the mold. This is not organic. This is not something that just develops. This is not a group of people that have attracted random, grassroots people from around to join them. That's what Patriot Prayer was. Patriot Prayer was 110% completely organic. And that's why we had such a diverse crowd of people in the Patriot Prayer rallies, because it was completely homegrown and organic. And it flourished all on its own. And it was the message that was bringing people in. This is completely opposite of that. And I can understand watching it, I can understand the comparisons to the Klan, the comparison to neo Nazi organizations. I'm not saying that that's what they are, but I'm saying that's what they look like. Like I said, I have not talked to anybody in person, face to face. So I'm making assumptions, admittedly. But in my view, I don't buy it. It's not adding up. And I don't trust them until somebody changes my mind. I'm not going to trust them. And no offense to you guys in chat, but you guys aren't going to change my mind. They have to change my mind. I need to be involved personally at some level and see what's actually going on. Anybody familiar with biking, with motorcycling, anybody in the biker world will understand the difference between the 1% and the 99. I am a 99. I like being a 99. On the other hand, I've always had that fascination because of relationships I've had with people with the 1%. I wanted to know what they were about, so I went and hung out with them and rode with them and hung out in their clubhouses, befriended them, had them at my house. That's how I did my research, and now I know enough to make an educated decision whether I wanted to be a one percenter or not, and whether I trusted them. Because me running a 99% club, and again, if you know anything about the biker world, I'm forced into interactions. You just cannot get away with never dealing with one percenters. So I had to reach out to the dominant club and say, hey, we need to have a sit down so you know what I'm about and I know what you're about. And because they were like, well, hell yeah, let's do that. We need to know each other, yada, yada. They reached back out to me and were like, that's a great idea. And we respect you for wanting to come talk to us. And bam, that started a good relationship with one percenters, because that's how I wanted to do my research in person, face to face, real to real, man to man in that case. And I guess it would be the same in this case. So I guess I would ask if any of you actually know any Patriot Front that would be willing to talk. It would be even better if they would do it on camera, but I understand that if they don't want to. And hopefully they would understand that they can trust me enough to have a private conversation that will remain private. But I would love to sit down and have lunch. I'd love to go to a barbecue with these guys. I would love, I would say go to an event, but usually when they go to an event, they jump out of a truck, they do a march, and then they disappear. I don't see them hanging out and doing a whole lot of talking with people like we do. So that idea is probably out the window. But I think Outside of OPSEC, there's also optics. And I don't like any of their optics. I really don't. I don't agree with them. I don't think it does us any good as allegedly fellow right-wing activists. It's not doing us any favors, us homegrown people. It's just constantly bad press, and they do it to themselves because they're separating themselves from everybody. So they're gonna get bad press. Honestly, maybe a little bit hyperbolic, but to me, they're the right wing's version of Antifa right now, only not as violent. They don't go out and burn buildings and all that stuff. They just make a big statement, but with all of them wearing the same clothes and masked up and all of that, they seem to me like right-wing Antifa, and they're gonna get the same optics as Antifa. Only the left-wing media machine is going to make it worse for them because they are allegedly right-wing, and that doesn't bode well. All right, I think I've made my if anybody have any questions, anybody wanna ask me anything about this before we change topics? I would advise you guys I guess the last thing I'll say about it is I would advise you guys to take these guys at arm's length. Don't buy into everything you see, and definitely don't buy into the media's portrayal of them because there's a part of me that thinks that that's why it's happening. There's a part of me that says they're an OPSEC for somebody who wants to make the right wing look bad. So take everything you see with these guys at arm's length because they don't represent us. They don't represent those of us that you guys have become fans of. Techno glitch, I think that possibility is there. I think that possibility is definitely there. Welcome to the show, Techno glitch. Again, if I missed anybody in chat, I usually try to say hello to everybody, but I'm in the middle of a passionate conversation right now, so I might miss some of you guys. But yeah, I think there is definitely the possibility that they are in operation from an alphabet agency. That's a bit tinfoily. That's a bit conspiracy theory, but a lot of time they're only conspiracy theory until they get proven correct, right? And if you don't have conspiracy theories, then sometimes things don't get exposed. So I'm not against conspiracy theories, but yeah, don't please don't. I do not want to be lumped in with these guys. I really don't. And I've been doing this for a long time, and I've been at a lot of events and made statements and all of this, and protested and counter protested and done all that. Um, I don't want to be lumped in with these guys. It's not. This is not the optics I want to be presented as. And unfortunately, because they're getting all this press, a lot of us, they're going to be like, "Oh, you." I watched somebody earlier on a newscast call these guys Proud Boys. They're like, "Oh, great! Look, here and the Proud Boys are here." I don't think it was an anchor because it was way more chill statement that not like a news anchor statement, but I think it was somebody that just got caught on their camera. It was like, "Oh boy, look, the Proud Boys are here now." These are not Proud Boys. These are not Proud Boys. And I'm going to guess there's probably not a Proud Boy in that group because the two presentations seem really antithetical to each other. I don't see any Proud Boys wanting to be part of this. And I could be wrong. And if I am, please prove me wrong. But that doesn't make sense to me. A Proud Boy would want to do this. And most Proud Boys are happy to be Proud Boys, so why would they want to do something different anyways? They like black and yellow. They're going to continue to be black and yellow. And if they don't like what black and yellow is doing, they're going to work together with their chapter and try to change it. And they're not going to jump ship and go be part of this to me clown show right now. because that's what this is to me. This is a clown show, and it's not doing anything positive at all. It's negative optics because they don't stick around long enough. They're like a flash mob, and they show up somewhere and they make a big scene and don't interact with anybody else around them and then disappear. So it's a flash mob. That's all it is. That reeks of clannish behavior, that reeks of white supremacist behavior, which is the exact thing that a lot of us has been fighting so hard to counter. We have been trying to counter that narrative so hard over the last 10 years. We have been fighting. That is the biggest thing that we have been fighting is them calling us Nazis and calling us white supremacists. We have been trying so hard to prove that we're not. Their actions are countering our actions, trying to fight the racist narrative. And I don't appreciate that. I really don't. And if I had a conversation with one of them, that would be one of the first things I'll tell them is you are definitely making people like me look bad. I don't like that. We as Proud Boys and Patriot Prayer, when we do events, we take extra links to find people. We police ourselves. That's what I'm trying to say. And if there's somebody in our group that's making us look that bad, we will take them aside and tell them either STFU, chill the hell out, or leave. Because there's cameras, there's live streams, there's reporters, there's news people. And there are going to be people taking every single thing you say and clipping it to make us look bad. So if we see somebody out there overtly being a douchebag, we're going to pull them aside and say, look, stop, stop. This is not helping. You're doing the opposite of helping. Oh, back in the Patriot Prayer days, it was not uncommon for us to ask 2 or 3 people to leave during big events and big rallies. There's a famous picture out there of a tall kid, about 20 years old or so. He's got a Blazers jersey on, I think it was. His face is all bloodied up and he's getting arrested. And the caption says, Patriot Prayer member gets arrested before the rally even started. Wrong. That's not what happened that day. He showed up early because I was early that day because I was working security. He showed up early and was all rah rah sis boom bah spewing out racist nonsense. And the reason he was bloody is because he got beat up by us. Because we told him to leave with this BS and he refused to do it and got into a fight with us. And that's why he got arrested. Because he claimed to be one of us, but he was in our group acting like an Antifa. And we policed ourselves. We're like, dude, you don't fit in here. You can't be here. The whole Jeremy Christian thing. I was one of 2 people charged with not letting Jeremy Christian into our event because he was acting sus with his Betsy Ross flag on and his red, white, and blue pajamas and trying to be part of us, but not talking like one of us. He was spewing white supremacist and racist crap out of his mouth every 5 seconds. We said, no, you are not going to be part of us. Well, freedom of speech, freedom of speech. No, there's a limit to everything. So me and a guy named Big Country were charged with making sure he didn't get into our event so they couldn't take pictures of him being in our event. Yes, hey, Unfiltered, how we doing? Glad you could join us. We police ourselves. And that's kind of what I'm doing right now in a roundabout way. Is I'm telling you these guys do not represent a lot of our values. And we do not want them associated with us or vice versa. Until if and when, if or when, whatever, one of them can sit down with me, somebody important can sit down with me and have a chat with me and explain to me why I should trust them and why I should support them, let alone promote them. They're not getting anything out of me but doubt and mistrust. And if you do support them and you do believe in them, more power to you. I would encourage you to do your homework, just like I have to. Don't put your faith in an organization that you don't know 100% about them. And quite frankly, anybody that wants to remain secret and not tell anybody about what's going on or whatever, if they want to remain a secret, I'm not going to trust them. And I'll tell you that even with one percenters, I'm a biker and I hang out with one percenters all the time, but I don't 100% trust them because they keep me out of things. I'm not in the loop. They keep secrets from me. I don't like secrets. No, I am an actual conservative. I just behave in a centrist manner. I am an actual conservative. Yes, a lot of people think they are feds. And there is that possibility. I cannot rule out that possibility. I have not seen anything, and I've looked because I wanted to believe in these guys, people. I really did. I wanted to believe in another group that had the same values as us. I wanted to be like, yeah, let's go, guys. LFG. So I've watched. I just can't. And I can't rule out the fact that they're an op. I can't rule out the fact that they're not planted. And if Wolf, if you know somebody that you could get me in touch with, hook us up. Please. If I'm wrong, change my mind, sir. Have them change my mind. No, actually, there's a lot that would make sense for them being feds, Wolf. Trust me, from my perspective and what I've seen throughout the years, there are telltale signs. What's up, Robbie? Welcome back. Not huge and overt, like not enough to just throw it out there and be like, yes, 100%. But there are signs of it because I've seen infiltrations and I've seen feds in our organization. I've seen snitches and narcs. And that's the thing. The word fed could mean different things to different people. And welcome, Bob Cox. Yeah, I don't know who claims them either. Out of all the people that I know that are involved in activism, in real boots on the ground, local, homegrown, grassroots activism, I don't know a single person that knows one of these guys. And they're nationwide. And the distance between Idaho activists and Oregon activists is not that far. We have ties, and they've been heavily involved in Idaho, so we would have caught wind of it over here in Oregon by now. Yeah, you've seen them get arrested. Have you seen any of them get sentenced for anything? They get arrested for stupid shit, and they stand there and they go along with it. You don't see them fighting. They're getting arrested. They're getting arrested for putting a sticker up. That's bullshit. You think any of us would go through that without at least actively objecting? You think I would stand there and get arrested for putting a sticker on a sign in front of ICE without putting up a fight about it, without actively arguing, without making a scene about it? I'm smart enough to not fight with cops, but I'm at least going to be vocal about it. These guys just turn around, okay, take me away, and then you don't hear anything about it afterwards. To me it looks like it's staged. I don't see anything come of it, and they keep coming back and doing it over and over again like it wasn't a big deal. They've been sentenced for flying. I don't even. I've not seen that. Oh, good. My smokes are on their way. Yay! And she went to the cheap store. Good for her. I love my wife. Yeah, fighting can get you shot or tased, but verbally expressing your disgust, that's even in Idaho, you're allowed to do that. And their entire message is just it's suspect from the beginning. This whole great replacement theory, "You will not replace us." That to me, that's just dumb. We've been getting replaced since the beginning of this country. I don't believe in a master race. I don't believe that one skin color is better than another skin color. I believe that certain communities and certain types of people, certain demographics have succeeded a lot more than others. That's just factual. But I don't believe it's due to skin color. I believe it's due to different environments and different drives and things. And it just happens to be that white people, mostly white people, founded America, and we made the greatest country in the world. So you can't dispute that. It's a fact. But America is a melting pot. And I don't believe in separatism. So without separatism, you're going to get your race is going to get slowly filtered. Almost got arrested last night because neighbor Karen falsely claimed I shot a firework off in her face. Oof. I do know race is more than the skin color. That's why I don't like this white stuff. I believe in America. I believe in Americans. I believe in Western culture. I will not apologize for creating the modern world. Some of you know what that means. I've taken that oath. I am a Western chauvinist, and I will not apologize for creating the modern world. But none of that has to do with my skin color. And when they say we will not be replaced, they're talking about white people. They're not talking about America. They're talking about white people. Yeah, yeah. This is why I try to video everything, guys, because a lot of times a stupid, simple video could save your ass. This is why we encourage motorcyclists to have, quote unquote dash cams. Nowadays, rolling video could keep you out of a world of hurt. Mark Kearney called Canada a mosaic instead of a melting pot. Doesn't want people to assimilate anymore. Yeah, see, a mosaic is different than a melting pot because, see, America being a melting pot, we melt everything into one. We melt everything into the same thing. That is assimilation. That's exactly what that means. It doesn't mean getting rid of somebody's this or that. It's taking everybody's culture and making one creation out of it that brings out the best in every culture. Because every culture, I'm going to piss some people off and saying even Middle Eastern Muslim culture has some good points in it, has some positives to it. Now, as far as I'm concerned, Muslims there's few and far between when it comes to positives, but every culture has something worth taking from it. And when you take all of these positives and melt them into one soup, one stew, you're supposed to come out with something bomb. You're supposed to come out with something awesome. But that's what the melting is. The melting is the assimilation. Now, the mosaic thing, that's different because a mosaic is everything getting placed to where everything still has its own identity. And when you look at something, you see all of the different identities. That's different than assimilating. So I don't like the mosaic thing any more than you do. But I do embrace a melting pot because when people come here legally from other places and they bring that culture with them, I grew up around Polacks and Italians as well as black people, but I literally lived in a place called the Slavic Village. I lived in a Little Italy. I one time lived on a street, it was a dead end street at the edge of town that had 12 houses on it. We were the only house that didn't have a family member in it, and they were all Italians. It was literally like living on a in a mafia compound, and we learned so much from those people. We lived right next door to the matriarch grandmother, and we were young, and she used to bake homemade cookies and invite us into our kitchen, and she would tell us stories about Italy and about the journey over here and how much she loved America and why America's great and why she stayed here and continued to raise her family in this country. That was epic for a 12-year-old to learn. But they were Americans. They had an American flag hanging on every one of their porches. They drove nothing but American vehicles. They loved being American because they integrated, they assimilated. They loved America and wanted to be American. They didn't want to be Italians in America. They wanted to be Americans that used to be Italian. That's the difference. And I met a lot of old Polish ladies and Hungarian ladies and stuff like that. I mean, the Slavic village wasn't all Polish, it was just mostly Polish. But it was, back in the day, it used to be okay to want to live around your type of people. So when you get to these, older cities, New York and Detroit and Cleveland and Chicago, I'm sure Philly, Baltimore even, they have ethnic communities. And to me, that's okay. And then you get the Somalians. And there's the flip side of the coin, Wolf and Gang. That's the flip side of that coin. But the problem is the Somalians want to be Somalians in America. They don't want to be American. They want to be Somalians in America. I think that's the difference. I'm okay if you grew up somewhere, there is no way, let's say me and my family decide to move to Mexico. I'm going to still be an American. I'm still going to have my American culture. There's no way that I can just get rid of the fact that I grew up an American and I'm still going to think like an American and act like an American. But if I live in Mexico, I'm going to find out what the locals do, and I'm going to do that. I'm not going to go there and say all y'all should become Americans now. Because if I move there, it's probably because I like there. And if I like there, it's because I agree with what they got going on and how they're living. So if I go down to a village in Mexico, I'm going to become a villager in Mexico. I'm going to become a Mexican villager to the best of my ability. But all these guys want to claim refugee. I'm a refugee. So I'm gonna stay a nationalist to where I came from. Then just stay there. That's what bugs me about these guys running around waving these American or Mexican flags during American events. Okay, you can love where you came from for certain reasons, whatever. When the Iranians were downtown flying the Iranian flag, that's okay. I'm all right with that. But if you notice, the Iranians were waving an Iranian flag, technically a Persian flag, and an American flag. Or go there and ask for handouts, scam the system. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I don't think I'd get very far trying to do that in Mexico. But that's what they do here because they don't want to assimilate. They just want free stuff. And they want to take advantage of our system. They don't want to be part of our system. They want to take advantage of our system. And that's wrong. And it's not just immigrants. It's like, I made that song. You guys have seen that song, "Don't Portland My Organ." I see so many city people come out here to the country, and you can pick them out in a minute. It's not hard to spot them, but they come out here and they wanna bring the city with them. If you love the city, stay there. I'm not gonna go to a Portland neighborhood, tear down the house next to me, and start putting pigs and goats and horses and all that in an inner city neighborhood. I like the country. I'm gonna stay out here in the country. Well, it wouldn't be hard to assimilate between Canada and America. There's way too many similarities there. That would be an easy assimilation, Robbie, as far as I can see. But yeah, if you don't want to be an American and if you want to stay a Canadian, stay in Canada. I mean, to me, that's common sense. I want to stay a country boy. I'm going to stay out here in the country. If I go to the city, I'm going to be a city boy. I used to be a city boy. I grew up in cities. They always called me the countryfied or the cityfied redneck. So you know what I did? I went out to redneck territory because I didn't really fit in the city when I became an adult. If you're going to be somewhere because you like it, then be part of that somewhere. Don't take the other place with you because if you like the other place that much, stay there. If you love America so much that you're going to disrupt things by flying an American flag here or a Mexican flag here, I probably said that wrong. If you like Mexico so much that you want to wave the American flag on the 4th of July, oh, I can't. Oh, if you like Mexico so much that you're waving a Mexican flag during a 4th of July celebration on America's birthday, you should just take your ass to Mexico. If you hate America so much that you're burning an American flag, go somewhere else where you don't have to worry about the flag. But you came here obviously because of Mexico sucks. So why are you, oh, I'm proud of it? You're not proud of it. You left it because it sucks. You're being a liar. And that instantly makes me not trust you. And it just doesn't make any sense. I spent half my life in Ohio. I am not going to wave an Ohio flag in my Oregon front yard. You know why? Because I hated Ohio so much I came out here. Why would I wave the flag of a place I hated? Wolfengang, I picked strawberries. I've crawled on my hands and knees on a hill that was a strawberry patch. I've picked strawberries. I've also detasseled corn and humped watermelons. I'm pretty white. I've shingled roofs, hung drywall. All this stuff they say white people won't do, I've done all of it. They just do it cheaper because they hate Mexico so much that they're willing to come up to America and work for peanuts. But they're going to say, I'm proud of Mexico. How does that even make any sense? We are very fortunate, in my opinion. You know, somebody said on some live stream or something yesterday somewhere, I heard it. Somebody said, I'm not proud to be an American because I didn't do anything for it. He said, I'm grateful to be an American. And that hit hard for me because I didn't do anything to be an American. I was born here, thankfully. And all I had to do was stay here. That's all I had to do to be an American. is just stay here. That's not a whole lot to really be proud of. I'm proud of other things I've done in my life. I'm proud of how I have expressed my gratitude to be an American. I am grateful to be an American. I don't have any desire to go somewhere else and fly an American flag. That I have never had maple syrup straight out of the tree, Hubie. I would love to do that. I love maple syrup. I've never had it straight out of a tree. But the great replacement theory, it's because we're a melting pot. So we're going to get filtered down. There's not going to be as many straight white people anymore. In my opinion, so what? It's not going to affect me. I've done my part. I've literally created 5 straight white kids. It just so happens I'm attracted to very Caucasian looking women. So all of my kids came out blonde hair and blue eyed. It wasn't a conscious decision. And technically, that's not even completely true because these people that are race purists will say that my 2 middle children are my one middle child, my junior, is not even purely white because his mother is Croatian, the product of a Romanian gypsy. She just happened to come out tall and blonde and blue. And well, actually, she had like hazel eyes. She didn't even have blue eyes, but she's Yugoslavian. That's not white, according to these hardcore white people. Couldn't tell by looking at him because he's 6'1", blonde hair and blue eyes. But somehow, in the middle of all that mess of her parents, she came out blonde haired. So, but according to them, she's Eastern European, so she's not white. But by all practical intent and purposes, all 5 of my kids are blonde hair and blue eyed. And it wasn't a conscious decision. I just have really strong genes in my on my side of the family. Because despite what it looks like now, because my hair is short, I do when my hair grows out longer, I have blonde hair. It's dishwater blonde. So when it's short, it's dark. But I am actually blonde hair and blue eyed because I'm Norwegian and British with a little bit of American Indian mixed in there somewhere. Not very much though. But you know, without even knowing, I did my part to prevent the great replacement. What else you gonna do? You gonna kick out every person of color out of this country? That's just dumb. And if you're not racist and you believe people are people, if my daughter came to me and said, I found a black man or a Hispanic man or Native American man, and we really love each other and we want to get married and have a family, what am I going to say to that? I'm not a racist. I'm not going to say, no, you can't have a family with him because he's black. That's just dumb. I'm more concerned with the fact that one of my daughters came to me and told me she was gay. Now she has 2 kids, so that didn't last very long. Well, see, Wolf, I can't do that. I've had some very, very, very dear friends, like closer than family to me friends that have been people of color. And if they were good enough for me to place my life in their hands without exaggeration, then who am I to say that they're not good enough people for my daughter to have a relationship with? I mean, obviously not that exact person, but I don't I don't like racism. I really don't. I think it's I think it's silly. I think it's nonsensical because the color of your skin does not define what kind of person you are. I've known super, super incredible people of all race and color, and I've known incredibly stupid people of all race and color. Life has taught me that racism doesn't make any sense. If I hate a person, it's because they're hate worthy. I don't care what color you are. I don't care what religion you are. I don't care what politics you are. If I hate you, it's because you've done something to earn my hate. And your skin color is not one of those things. That's not a possibility. Because if it weren't for some people of color, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe people my life that are of different skin color than me. So what kind of hypocritical asshole would I be to judge people that way? It just doesn't work for me. Two of my children have a black godfather, because I would trust him with my children's life in an instant. Doesn't matter what his skin color is. One of the people I value the most on the planet this very day. I don't have a lot of friends anymore, but Quincy, I value Quincy as a person. He's closer to me than some of my blood. There is not a single situation that I could possibly think of that I would not trust Quincy with the lives of my family. He's not white. Well, you're entitled to do that, Wolf. It just doesn't make any sense to me. If it makes sense in your life, fine. As long as you're not actively violent against people. Like if you came up to me and Quincy and you said something out of pocket to Quincy because of his skin color, you and I would have a problem. But if it's just your opinion and you're not doing any damage to anybody about it, you're entitled to that, man. You really are. You do you, boo, as they say. I think everybody's entitled to their opinions as long as it's not negatively affecting somebody else's life. I don't hate racist people. I hate people that create violence because of racism. Okay, see, Robbie, I believe the Western culture needs preserved, but I don't want to put the word white in front of it. I don't want to do that. Like I said, I know too many people in my life. I owe my life to too many people that are not white to do that. And I refuse to turn my back on somebody because of the color of their skin. It's just not going to happen with me. But like I said, you can have those views. I don't hate you for those views. I don't even dislike you for those views. As long as it's an opinion and you're not harming anybody else with that opinion. You can separate yourself. You can go live in a freaking cabin up on the top of a hill in Idaho and just stay away from everybody if that's what you want to do. You're entitled to do that. That's part of the American freedom in my as far as I'm concerned. You can do whatever you want to do as long as you're not negatively affecting somebody else. You can have every opinion you want to have. You can have every fetish you want to have. You can have every freaking discriminatory stereotype you want to have. I'm not the thought police, bro. As long as it doesn't do damage to somebody else. I have all kinds of weird opinions that people are not going to agree with. I just keep them to myself. And like you said, if you don't want to live next to that person, then don't live next to that person. You're not going to hurt that person by not living next to them. You have a choice to live in whatever neighborhood, whatever environment, whatever community you want to live in. And ideologically, same thing. Focus. It's if you want to separate yourself, like everybody's like, oh, these guys have a cult and they started a compound up in the mountains. So what? Unless the cult is sacrificing babies, unless the cult thinks they have to come in and rob the grocery store once a week, if they're just weird people that have weird opinions, as long as they're doing their own thing by themselves, I don't give a flying crap. Until it does harm to somebody else, it's your life. Live it how you want, man. That's the libertarian in me. So maybe I'm not as hardcore conservative as some people. That's the libertarian in me. I think everybody in America should be able to live their life as long as it's not negatively affecting someone else. And what's in my head, unless it transfers to these, doesn't negatively affect anybody else. What's in my head can stay in my head. But see, Robbie, what you're talking about, the when it comes to a big culture and okay, so the Indians and Muslims are letting their beliefs affect other people. That's when it becomes a problem. If you're just a Muslim in your house and you want to pray to Mecca 5 times a day on your little prayer rug, and your wife wants to wear a ninja outfit, I don't see a problem with that. The problem is when you want to take those ideas and affect the public with them or even your neighbors. Like, I would not want to live next to a Muslim because most Muslims have violent ideas. And it's the violence that's bad. It's not who you pray to or how you pray or how you dress. And there's a caveat to that because these overt sexually dressing weirdos in Portland that like to walk around their shit hanging out in front of kids, that's different. But if you and your wife have agreed that your wife cannot show any skin in public, that's not hurting my kids any. I'm not going to bitch about that. I thought I was getting a fountain drink. Okay, as long as it's cold, I'm happy. As long as it's cold, I'm happy, babe. Did you get smokes? I don't want. I can't do those while I'm live streaming, baby. Do what? Well, not everything else. What? Oh, okay. Thank you. But that's my theory on the white replacement theory. I don't. I think it's been happening for 250 years, longer than that. The minute we came over here and started interbreeding with Native Americans, we were getting replaced. And don't stop thinking emotionally. That's not what I said. I didn't say anything negative about it. I'm actually saying things positive about it. So chill out, woman. I don't know. I can understand the other side, but I'm just saying my opinion. I don't think it's as dire as everybody thinks it is. You guys, let me go see what Zach's doing. You guys are probably tired of hearing me bab about this. Let me go see what Zach's doing. Oh, come on. Where are we going? That's the hardest part about having a monitor is trying to keep track of your cursor. I never know how to get my cursor to the right screen now. Oh, what? He wasn't on very long. And the thing says Portland is bogus. That's not very nice. He was, well, maybe that's why you guys are back here because he's not on. Chaos erupts during 4th of July celebrations in Newport. Huh. I'm hearing a lot of that. There's been shootings, there's been all kinds of stuff going on during the 4th of July celebrations. Yeah, he's not live anymore, but why did he say Portland is bogus? That's got me curious. We'll check it out.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, how you doing?
Good.
It's so funny how he's just hitting on everybody. It doesn't matter, man, woman.
I'm
He's
going
probably hitting on
solo.
people's dogs yesterday.
Something
He's just
happened
hitting
last
on
night I can't
everybody.
talk
That was
about.
hilarious.
And hurts my heart.
I'll do a review of Zach's video here. How about? Yeah, he doesn't seem himself already. Oh, he's down at ice. That's what ice looks like during the daytime, boys and girls.
God bless ICE! God bless ICE! God bless ICE!
Oh my goodness.
God bless ICE! Donald Trump is your president. Is this a picture?
Okay, I'm going to pause this for a minute because this thoughts popped into my head. I got to get it out. Right now, like during this, would be a perfect time for Patriot Front to come down and march in front of the ICE building. No Antifa down there to get into a giant fight with. They're going to get all kinds of coverage. There's going to be cameras. If they kind of allude to it beforehand a little bit to the news or whatever, maybe the news could come down there and film it. If they're worried about the great replacement, then ICE is doing them a lot of favors. So they could come down and show their support of ICE without confrontation, without any of that. Broke his windows and maced his wife. What? Went down. Something went down. Okay, let me look for that. I don't know. Apparently something happened to Tommy and Carrie last night. Is this live? Yes.
I hope you guys had a blessed 4th of July and got to spend time with family and enjoy the amazing day yesterday.
Bed? What?
Um,
What's happening?
so, as you guys probably already know, me and my wife just had to
Oh, you
move
can't hear it.
from Portland out of the place we were at before
I
because
don't
we
know how
were
to make this so
doxxed
you can hear it, but
and Antifa kept showing up to our houses.
what? Oh,
To
okay.
our house and destroyed our stuff and threw stuff in our bedroom windows and all kinds of other stuff, you know, flyers all over the place. Well, we just moved less than 2 weeks ago, and
Oh man, yeah, that's
it
right.
seems
It's this new
they've
place. They found it
found
already.
out where we live now, you know. So
Well, all they have to do is
I
follow you.
honestly think that it was
No, I'm
Seattle
watching. I don't
PD
know.
that leaked my address. That's what it feels like. That's, you know, I can't prove that, but I'm working on it, you know.
Yeah, it's Tommy TV's here.
So yesterday, we decided to go to Portland to a couple protest that the radical left Antifa were having, and it was a normal day of going to protests. You know, the normal craziness. It got crazier at night at the elk statue. They were all black blocked up and they were looking for violence. You know, so we didn't stay there very long. We ended up getting chased off, basically surrounded and threatened, and forced to walk for a couple miles at least before they finally stopped following us. And so we left and went and dropped off Shane and Nico and came home, you know, and we didn't get home. I didn't get home until super late. And so this morning, at about 3:30 in the morning, somebody broke our window with something. We don't know if it was a brick or if they broke it with something, but they broke our bedroom window and soaked us with bear mace.
Man, they just can't catch a break,
Like,
can they?
completely. And we're gonna watch the video. But when I heard the window break, I responded kind of fast and was able to jump out of the bed. And so the full spray didn't get me, but it got my wife. She wasn't able to get out of the bed as fast. And she's never been maced before. And she got her whole face and her hair and her eyes and the whole left side of her body
I
was
can't hear you.
soaked in mace.
Okay.
It was horrifying. It was domestic terrorism. It was targeted terrorism.
All right, man.
It was Antifa trying to make us feel unsafe in our own home, our new home. You know, a place we thought was ours. I have no words. I have no words. Like, they know that I have a wife and a dog, and my dog has been coughing and wheezing ever since. It's hard. It's hard to deal with. I don't know what to do. We had to throw away all our bedding. We had, like, we called the police. The police came, lights and sirens, and were very helpful. Like, well, not helpful, but they were like very interested in trying to figure out who did this and if there was any video camera or anything like that from the neighbors, because our camera, the one camera that we had up, didn't get nothing.
Welcome, Ganja.
And so they took a report. They popped all the tires in our car. They put white paint on my windows. Thankfully, I got it all off for the most part while it was still wet because it had just happened. Yeah, so we're gonna file a report with the FBI and DHS for domestic terrorism for crossing state lines, because I'm pretty sure these people are from Portland, from one of the protests that we went to yesterday. They didn't like that we were there recording them, so they think it's okay to come to our house and spray me, my wife, and my dog while we're asleep at 3 in the morning. Oh, man. And let's play the video. Look at what they did. Look. They broke our fucking window and bear maced our bedroom. Bear maced my wife at 3 o'clock in the fucking morning. They threw a brick through our bedroom window and soaked us with mace.
Yeah, this is
This is
terrorism.
Antifa. This is what Antifa does. This is what Antifa does when you don't agree with them. They come to your house. They come to your house.
Oh my God.
They come to your house and destroy your shit. These people are insane. These people are radical, violent ideologues who will come after you and your family if you don't agree with them, who will come after your livelihood, your everything that you care about. They will do anything and everything to stop you from exposing their violence, exposing their hypocrisy, exposing their communism, their fascism, their evilness. They will do anything they think is necessary with a smile on their face. And this is what happens. Innocent people. My wife is innocent. My dog is innocent. They're not part of what I do. My wife supports me. I'm her husband. She supports everything that I do. But she's not out there dealing with these terrorists. I am. But yet, they're going to come and attack my family. My family.
Yeah, that's the kind of shit that makes you just want to get a
horrendous.
posse together. It really
It's
does.
unreal.
That's not realistic, obviously,
Look
but
at what they did. Look at what they did. Look. They broke our fucking window and bear maced our bedroom. Bear maced my wife at 3 o'clock in the fucking morning. They threw a brick through our bedroom window and soaked us with mace. This is Antifa. This is far past politics. This is radicalism. This is radicalism at its finest, trying to shut down free speech, trying to shut down the opposite opinion
just
of
gang
what they
behavior.
have. And I'm not going to let it. This isn't going to stop me. I'm not going to quit going out and recording their events. I'm not going to quit supporting ICE. I'm not going to quit supporting my president. I'm going to get louder. I'm going to get prouder. I'm going to fortify. And we're going to get through this. I'm going to fortify and we're going to get through this. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I'll do a follow-up video later if there's any questions, or I'll do a live stream. But yeah, I needed to share this with you guys.
all right, well, now we know what happened to Tommy. Let's go see what Zach's issue is.
Is this a picture or video?
If that happened last night, I wonder if this has anything to do with that.
Is it a mirror? Do you know what a douchebag is? I bet you got a stinky one down below, huh?
It looks like he's by himself, too.
You
which
got
is
a
kinda
stinky
weird.
one. You got a douche. You need a douche.
Maybe that's why he's upset, because nobody would go down there with
You
him.
got a stinky one down there. Smells like a frickin' barn. Where are you going?
Yeah, he's down there by himself.
Oh,
He's got
she's native and she's
nobody
proud.
nobody to pick on but them, because there's nobody down there.
Ice up. Down to all you clowns. You
I
know
don't
what
know. I
I'm
wonder
saying?
if
You
Mike
couldn't
and
find
them are
anything
at
better to do
Tacoma
with your
again.
day today?
They said they spent the night up there.
Oh, you're gonna throw a chair at me?
See if there's any live stuff going on.
You have to be quicker than that. You have to find something a little bit quicker than that.
Any climatic spring casino.
They call me Mr. Fast as fuck, boy.
Yeah, I don't see anything live
So
from
here's the
the
deal.
left.
If you guys just take off and leave, I won't have to make a fool of you on the internet, you know? You can save a little bit of embarrassment. Maybe walk around with some kind of pride from here on out, but if you want, I can stay here. Make you look really stupid.
Yeah, we just played it, Robbie. You must have
I'm a
missed
trans
it.
man?
We were just playing this
Don't
video.
assume my gender. Don't assume my gender. I'm a P word? Well, you look like a dude.
I am.
You are. Good for you.
Yeah, Tacoma must have been pretty much a bust because
And
I
what's
don't see
the
anything
she-male name in the
from
middle?
today up
What's
there.
the she-male name in the middle? What is she? What's your name, miss?
Right, Hubie, it does kind of put a downer on stuff, doesn't it?
So this is where the idiots all hang out. This is where all the idiots hang out. Hey, do you know where Pam is? Can you call her and tell her I'm down here quick? I don't got a whole lot of time to waste on her, but I was hoping maybe she could come say hi.
Yeah, I'm going to touch on that in a little bit here, Wasazi, because they made me laugh as soon as the video started. They're so dumb. He's like the ultimate troll. That's where he should have went. He should have went up to Tacoma, messed with Big Mike. That's what I'm a little disappointed about. He didn't get to meet Mike. He didn't get to meet Spider Mike on his adventure here. "106-degree temperatures in DC right now," Quincy just said. 106 degrees in DC. Oof. And thunderstorms. That's crazy. Who? Did he do it on purpose or did he actually almost fall?
Shut your mouth when you're talking to me, bitch.
He's so funny how random he gets when he's talking to people. Like yesterday, he was like,
Say
"Oh, you're
something
beautiful,
closer?
you're beautiful, you're
Okay.
beautiful," and oh, yeah, blah, blah, blah.
Shut your mouth
And then
when
he's
you're
like,
talking
"Well, you're
to
flat
me,
as a board,
bitch.
anyways," and then turned around and walked away. He told one chick when they were at Terry Shrunk, he said, I'd marry you. You want to get married? But I'll have to give you a bath first.
We don't use the R word anymore. It's 2026.
What are you politically correct? What are you, DEI? What is that, DEI?
Him, Mike, and
Why are you so
DJ.
upset? I just want to have
Yeah.
my voice.
Yeah, nobody's.
Great. You're awesome.
Conquered land, honey.
Nobody cares about Tacoma.
Conquered
Even
land.
though Tacoma's got a lot more going on than here,
It's conquered land.
You get conquered back.
Conquered.
but they
It's gonna
already
get
encountered
conquered
police
back?
right off the bat there. The police ain't going to put up with
By
the
who?
Portland crap up there in Tacoma.
Look it up.
By who? Who's it getting conquered by? Ice? Ice! Ice, baby!
Wow, whoever watches this has to be 13.
Well, 500 people almost already. We've been
Oh
here
my
for 7
God.
minutes.
Is your channel called douchebag.com?
I don't know, but you
Wish
need
I
a
could get
douche
500
for that
people to watch
smelly
my
thing down
stream.
there. It smells like fish.
That's what your mom said last night. And I fucking took her faces.
Really? That was a good one. You come up with that yourself, or?
No, there's.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Blah, 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 blah.
And Mr.
Shut
Beta
the
ain't saying
fuck
a thing
up,
about it.
bitch.
Is that a bottle next to him? Is he sitting there getting drunk?
I don't have to come down here with mace.
See it. Let's test it out.
Let's test out the mace.
Yeah, why are you backing up? Are you scared? You scared?
Well, you want to test out the mace? You ever been maced
He's got
before?
a bottle next to him.
I don't think you've been maced before because you wouldn't charge at me like that if you had.
Well, that might just be water.
Okay, I will. I will. I will.
Oh, what a retard.
I will. Hey, quit following me. Quit stalking me. Quit harassing me. This is your last warning. Last warning. Last warning.
Oh, there's the screaming.
Spray it. You look really crazy, but I'm kind of into it. What are you doing after this? Did you want to get dinner? Did you want to get dinner after this, baby? I saw your weapon.
Can't
over there,
tell
bro.
by the one next to her.
I ain't stupid. What good's a weapon if you're blinded by pepper spray, though, huh?
Michelle Rossi, how we doing?
Ah.
They find out where Tommy and Carrie live. They must have followed him home. He thinks that
Call your mom
Seattle
and cry to her,
PD
you little bitch.
doxed his number out there.
You guys can't deal with your feelings, can ya?
I gotta say, I don't agree with all of
You
it with
nasty
Ozzy,
old
but
fat
I was
cow.
watching his stream yesterday
Go
between my
back to the
streams,
fucking farm,
and he
you
had me
fucking
rolling the
cattle.
entire time. I gotta admit, I could not stop laughing watching him.
Go back to the farm, you cattle.
Sometimes I think he's a bit much, but it's still funny.
Go back to the barn, you cattle. I'm gonna let him think that I'm going away. And I'm gonna walk back around.
Yeah, I just can't stop laughing while I'm watching him.
They think I'm leaving, so now they're making their Indian calls at me. I'm coming back! Oh no! Don't run!
Like yesterday
That is
when he was
disgusting.
like running laps around the park,
Please, no, don't run. That's disgusting.
driving them all crazy. That was just hilarious.
Nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see that ever. Oh, it's so gross. Gravity has not done well to you. Gravity has not done you well, honey. Why? What are you gonna do? Oh, you're gonna hit me with a chair? You're gonna hit me with a chair? Bitch, you ain't fast enough to do that. You're too slow. You're fat and fucking old.
Hey, don't make fun of fat old people.
And you're outdated.
Now I'm offended.
Your menopause is expired. Your menopause has expired. Take your old ass back to the old people home, bitch. Shut the fuck up. No one's with Zach because Zach is a little pissed off.
Yeah, Tommy thinks
Do you want to go out
when he
there?
encountered Seattle police, they must have said his information
I
out
want to
loud
take
or
you to
something.
Applebee's. Hold on. Let's talk
Or
about
just
this.
put his information out there on a website
Come back,
or
baby.
something.
Baby, come back.
It's been a bit since he's been in Seattle, so they had to have done it like last week or something.
Baby, come back.
And they probably waited till they
Baby,
saw
come
him
back.
on a
I
live
got
stream.
a chair and I wanted you to meet it. Baby, come back. Applebee's 2 for $25, but I know you be like 2 for $30 with that big old belly on you. Yeah, throw it. Throw it. Pussy. You couldn't even make it this far if you tried.
See, my thing right
Throw
there
it.
is I don't believe in
Throw
harassing
it.
women. I can't do
Throw
that.
it. You
I'm
short-tempered
too much of a male
bitch.
chauvinist to do that. And if somebody,
Throw
I
it.
just can't understand that guy just sitting there through all this. If I was
Give
that
me
guy,
what I
I
want
would be
so I can
all
call
over Zach
cops.
right now.
Give me what I want.
I guess that's the difference between us and them.
You ran away from me, so obviously I'm threatening. Maybe you should call the police.
Hey, your face is threatening. It's just so ugly. I don't know what to do.
But that's a decent sized guy that's sitting there.
Oh.
You would think he would. Think he'd be defending the woman somehow, but apparently he doesn't feel that necessary.
Spray it right now.
Oh, don't spray while that innocent guy is standing right there.
Do it, do it, do it, do it.
This chick has lost her mind.
Hey, shouldn't you be in the old person's home? Oh yeah, you gonna come after you with pepper spray, huh? Hey, come on, bitch,
Oh, we
come
have
on.
dueling pepper spray. Oh boy.
Let's go for a little jog, shall we, fat cow?
What's up, Steven Adams?
Jenny Craig called you
Welcome.
wants your membership back.
It is called beta.
Jenny Craig Cole,
All right,
Chuck's a
Tommy's on
membership
Climatics.
back,
You
you
guys want me to
cow.
check that out? We can finish watching this in a little bit, I guess. Let's go to here. X, let's go to here. We'll come back to him, I guess. Why is it not even showing me Climatics live? Well, probably got to hit live. There we go.
As soon as we took video and the cops took video and seen what happened and shit, and we showed them, I went in there and stripped the bed, everything that was in it. I
Okay.
stripped all the pillows, everything,
Oh,
and just
Well,
took it
Polly's
straight
on there
outside.
too. Go
And
figure.
somebody in the chat,
we had to go spend
Wacko.
$300, almost $300 on new
Boy,
bedding,
Polly's just
pillows,
getting
blankets,
herself out
sheets.
there lately, isn't she?
Like
Somebody in the chat,
thankfully we didn't have to get
said
another
that
mattress.
said they're close, and if you need it, they got a brand new king size mattress that you can have for free, and they're close to you. Wacko, I'll send you a link. But if it comes to that, let me know, and I'll get you
Yeah,
in
I'll
touch with
definitely
them.
let you know if we figure out, like, because my wife did a really good job. My wife
You're
got
welcome,
pepper
Michelle
Thank you,
Rossi.
sprayed
guys.
so bad. All right, have a good day, sheepdog.
I
You
try
too.
to.
My wife got bear
How loud is
maced
this?
the
Probably a little
absolute
loud.
worst, like because when the
That's not that bad.
when the window broke, like
I try to
the
give
glass
other
hit me in the head. It happened so
other
fast. Like I
stuff
woke
out
up
there too,
on
but
my
everybody
feet.
wants to
Like
see
I
Tommy,
heard the
so
boom and I woke
I
up
accept
and
that.
I was already on my feet awake, and I seen the window was broken.
I've been on for
So
two and
I
a half
ran
hours.
outside.
I can afford
Like
to put some
I
Tommy
just
stuff up.
took off running in my underwear and ran outside to see if I could see anybody out here, and they were already gone. And at that point, I didn't even realize that we got bear maced. I go back inside, and my wife is in the sink putting Dawn dish soap in her eyes. She's never been maced, let alone bear maced, and she's like screaming, I can't see, I can't see, I can't breathe, and that was worse than any feeling I've had so far dealing with this shit. I can deal with it if it was just me, but it's not just me. I have
We've
a family,
like
Yeah,
two
with
weeks
Saudi,
ago,
I
I
was
see
thinking
you.
that too. He
2
should have
weeks
had
ago,
some
I
cameras
remember
up
you
already,
walking down
knowing
the
this
street
could have
saying you
happened.
can't see after being maced just recently. Same thing.
Knowing this
Tommy,
could
was
have
that her
happened.
pillow that was completely covered with it?
No, thankfully that was mine.
Okay.
Thankfully that was mine. She was on the other side. And so she got, like, it got in her hair and in her face and in her eyes and all down the left side of her body. But it wasn't like
But here's the thing:
if we would have
everything
been
in
in
that
different
room is
spots,
contaminated
it would
now.
have been so much
If you guys
worse,
don't know
you
anything
know.
about bear mace,
And
it's
I
pretty
jumped
potent
out
and
and
it just gets
like
into
I got the
everything.
mist
Everything in that
on
room
me,
is
and
contaminated
we
now.
couldn't go in the bedroom without coughing for like 2 hours. We had to air it all out. And like I'm lucky. And when I jumped up, my dog jumped up, and I'm pretty sure she either went under the bed or ran out of the room
Dude, I
from the
would be
loud crash,
so livid.
because she doesn't have like mace
I would have been
all
beating
over
somebody's ass
her,
in the nude
but
in the
she
front
has
yard.
been coughing and like going like weird noises that she's never made before, you know.
Cops
Same
would
thing
have
with
arrested
Chachi
me
when
in
he
the
got
nude because I
maced.
would have been
Yeah.
naked
He
in the
started
front
having
yard
all
beating the
kinds of
piss out of somebody.
respiratory issues and stuff like
You
that,
think
right?
it had to be more than one person, don't you think, Tommy, to do all that
Like,
damage?
okay,
I think it was at least two people, and they had a vehicle like around the corner, or they had some way out of here. You know what I mean?
like you
Mhm.
jumped
Because there
up
was
fast. You
nobody
did.
out here
Do,
when
do
I got
your
out
And the
here.
do
thing
your
is, nobody gets
neighbors
away
have
from
like
me if
ring
they come in my
doorbells or
yard because my
anything?
bike is pointed and ready
The
to go.
cops
I can
went
be
to like
on my
four of
bike
my
and out the
neighbors,
driveway in
and
seconds, and I
none
will
of them
catch you.
have the
You ain't
angle,
running.
and the
Yeah, we're
camera
running
that
my
I do
bike in a
have up,
car.
it didn't get nothing.
In a car.
So I added four more cameras, and I have two more that I just got from
Yes, I
Amazon.
agree,
Maybe
Stephen Adams.
Um,
We
floodlights,
got to
motion
stop being
detecting
pushovers.
yeah,
detective
it's
floodlights.
got spotlights, but I
But this is
think
ridiculous. You come to somebody's house. You
um
come to my house.
sooner rather than
You're.
later, I'm gonna go
I
to
hope you got your shit in order
Costco and get the
because that's one
wired
thing I don't play.
cameras that are
Hmm.
wired
You
and
come
not
around my family
wireless,
with this
and
crap. I
it's
go
like
out there. I do
instant,
my thing.
and it
I'll
gets
accept my
all of it, and they
consequences
can't like
and my repercussions.
shut
But if you
the
start messing around with my
Wi-Fi off or
family,
shut the
it's a whole
service
different
off
game.
before they come up, because You never know with these people, you
guys.
know?
He's only lived there for less than 2 weeks, guys. He can't have a whole security system set up. Give him a chance. Jesus.
Yeah, I've been here less than 2 weeks, and my wife's dad has been in the hospital since the second day we moved here. And my wife's been spending pretty much every day in the hospital, and it seems like I
So
always am doing something. So we haven't had a chance to do a lot of the shit that we need to do around the house. But yeah, that's
I pinned your Gibson Go. Can we get the dog to the vet?
yeah. I need to take her to the vet if she doesn't stop coughing like that in the next by tomorrow or so. And
As soon as I saw Tupac and all these other all the whole all the right all yeah, the usual suspects. I was gonna say the right players, but that's better. The usual suspects were all there. And did somebody said that Pam was threatening that something was gonna happen?
100%.
Do we have it on
yeah,
camera?
Pam always does, and then something
Yeah, I know
happens.
someone clipped it. I think maybe Miss Mary did.
Because
Yeah,
they beat the hell out of random people after y'all left. I'm sure you saw. I don't know if you did.
I've seen it.
yeah, I saw it.
I've seen it. I'm pretty sure I've seen the lady that was there with that dude that had the bloody forehead.
Mhm.
The lady who was like, "Get the fuck out of my way." You know, I'm pretty sure I've met her before somewhere out doing something. She looked familiar. And like, did you
I
see
don't know
the
the
dude
answer to
that
that,
had the
Wasazi,
camera
but that's
that
a
was
good
just
question.
walking by and took a
Yeah,
picture?
that's
of
what
But the problem is when this stuff
Sinclair.
happens when you're
That was
asleep,
Seth
you don't have
Sinclair.
enough time
That was
The one that
sad.
was in
unless
his
it's
face.
sitting
Yeah,
there
the one
right on your
masked up one that
nightstand,
was in
loaded
his
and ready
face,
to go.
put his
And
hands all in his face and shit.
I
That
know
was
it.
Seth Sinclair.
when it
I can
first
hear his
happens, you're
voice.
just trying to protect yourself
Oh
and
my
get away from the
God,
blast zone
dude.
and whatever. So I don't
Like,
blame anybody for not
I
having
think
the
that
movie
you honestly
style
like when
response to it.
if you ever have a break where you have like good health insurance, you might want to go get checked out, man. I've never met anybody that got maced as much as you. I
Bro,
don't.
even the cops, when my wife was out here with the ambulance and the fire truck and the cops, it was so bad that the cop outside was coughing and having to cover up her face because it was coming off of my girl so bad, bro. Outside. When I took the cop into the house to take pictures and show him the bedroom, he was literally in there just enough time for him to snap pictures of everything and asked me a couple questions, and then he's like, all right, let's get out of here, because he was coughing and couldn't breathe. It was like
Yeah,
my
his
neighbor
whole house is
my
gonna smell
neighbor
like
who
it.
doesn't know what I do, and I'm pretty sure he wouldn't support what I do. Like
Yeah, and I also think
he's
that I think they have
you
kids
know,
in the
I don't
house.
know
I
for
could be
sure,
wrong
but
on
I'm
this,
pretty
but I
sure
think they have
he
kids
wouldn't
in the house,
support my
which means they
politics.
probably would have it locked up.
Even he said he heard the bang,
And like I
and
said,
then
when
he
this
heard
stuff
us
happens like this,
yell,
you're just trying to
and we
get away
started
from it.
coughing, and
That's your
he
first
started
instinct.
coughing
That's your
because it
first
went from our
reaction
bedroom
is
to
to
his,
get out of the
you
blast
know.
zone to get
And
yourself out of it. Because in a close quarters
it's
like
just they have
that bear
no
mace is
consideration for anybody but
it's gonna
themselves.
be
They don't give a
tragic.
fuck about anybody else.
I mean, they're lucky they did this in a place like that, because you try this shit in Texas, you're gonna get a bullet in your forehead.
You try that shit anywhere
I
outside
mean,
of the
seriously,
city.
they'll shoot a rocket
If you
at
come
you.
outside the city, that's why I
Uh,
said in my
Well,
song, I
hey,
say,
honestly, if I would have
come out of your safe
ran
space. We
out
got a
here and
surprise for
caught
you out
two
here.
people out here trying to run away, bro, I don't know what
oh,
would have happened.
all bets are
I
off.
would
They
have
try to
grabbed a
kill
hold of
you. I
one of
mean,
them.
You come out
I would have
here,
grabbed a
especially in
hold
the
of one of
neighborhood I
them.
live in now, and you try
citizens
shit at my
arrest
house,
time,
you
kind of,
better
right?
Nah,
you
fuck
better
that.
pray my
I'm just
neighbors are
gonna
not home.
beat the
Yeah, but
dog
you
shit
hold
out
them
of
there
them,
too, though. You make
and then
them.
like
My entire neighborhood will be on your ass. You
I
try that
probably
shit in
like
my
I would
area.
have, yeah, I would have
The
went to
whole
jail
town.
for it for
We put
sure.
it on
I would have went
Facebook
to jail if I would have caught him.
I can't
community
believe that you
page
would go
that
to
there's
jail
some
for protecting
Antifa
your family.
messing with the local
That
house,
doesn't make any
and half the
fucking
I
sense,
town
would have
will be
bro.
here
happily
at
went to jail
my place.
Yeah, but
for
you
catching
shouldn't. You
the
shouldn't,
persons. Like
though.
I
Yes,
know,
Tommy is a felon,
but
so
that's
it doesn't
just
mean you can't have one in the
a fact
house.
at this point. That's
She
just
just has to be really careful about how
that's
she
it's obvious
keeps it
that
out of
we're
his
if we do
control,
if this was the other way
sort of thing.
around and we was to
My
do
wife and
something
I
like
go
this
through
to one
that
of them, which
because
would never happen
I'm a
because
past
we're not
felon,
like that.
so I'm
We're
not
not the
supposed to have
violent ones,
firearms.
you know, and that's obvious at
But
this
my
point.
wife can, so we just have to
But
be really
if we were
careful
to do
about
that to one of
how they're
them,
stored. And
it would be a wrap. They would do everything
if
in
you
their
put a
power.
combo lock, if you put a
And
combo
and
trigger lock
granted,
on there,
the cops who
you can claim to the
responded
cops that
were
that
very
the
upset, and they
felon
were
does not have
very
access
like,
to
we're so sorry this happened to you. And they
the
said, we're not
combination.
Portland. We're not
You could say
spread
that
out like
she's the
that.
only one that
If
has
you have
access
anything,
to the
if you feel
combination of
like
the lock.
anybody's lurking around, or if you have
And
any issues whatsoever,
in most
don't
courts,
hesitate to call, and we'll be here in
unless you
minutes.
get a really
Their
liberal
their police
judge,
station is not far from here.
that
They
should
showed up,
suffice.
lights and sirens, within 2 minutes once I called 911.
They
You know,
said
so
we're not Portland.
They're
Yeah.
They said
different.
we're
Yeah,
not
they can have a
Portland,
gun in
they're
the house, but
different.
they have
You
to
know,
make
they
sure
basically
that
said they'll do
Tommy,
their
quote
jobs.
unquote, does
Yeah.
not
And
have
they were really
access
Thank
to it.
respectful,
God.
and they were like, "We're so sorry this happened to you." They were like, they wanted to figure it out. You know,
And
the
that's kind
lady
of a
that was
hard thing to
talking to
prove.
my
You
wife
got to jump through
was
some
like, "Give us
hoops
names. Who do you think it is? What's
to
been
make
going
it look
on?"
legit.
Like, and my
I
wife was
mean,
getting
anybody with
messages
common
while we
sense
were
is going to
live
know that
yesterday
anything
saying,
my
Yeah.
wife has in the house,
I thought it was
saying shit
Will.
I
like,
have access to,
yeah, saying
and
shit
vice
like, "Oh, you
versa.
better have your husband
Hmm.
come
So,
home
but you
before
just
you
have
get
to
hurt or he
you have
gets
to
hurt."
make
Like,
appearances for it.
you know, threatening us. And then all of a sudden that same night at 3:30 in the morning, bro, it was like a fever dream. It was like a dream. Like I literally woke up
Because
standing
I'm
up
I'm a
and
past
everything
felon.
was like,
I'm
I'm
working on
just
getting
glad.
my
like,
gun
I'm just
rights
glad it
back
wasn't
because it's
something
been an
worse
awful long time.
than
But I
Mace.
have two legit gun owners
Right.
in my
I
house,
mean,
what,
so
what's
what
worse to wake up
we've
to
had to
than their mace?
look into
Like,
all this
Molotov
and take the
cocktail,
appropriate measures.
Or you
yeah,
firebomb,
pew
some
pew.
yeah, a grenade. I don't know. These people are
I'm
fucking
so sick
nuts,
of
bro.
mace, bro.
Oh, I bet
I'm
you
so
are.
sick of mace. Hey, you know it's funny. I told after my
Yeah,
wife,
dude.
like after my wife calmed down and got everything out of her eyes, and we were like talking about it. I said, "Well, at least now you know how I feel when I go out somewhere and get maced right away, and then have to get it out of my eyes
That's
and
oh,
still
I gotta
stay out
say,
there
I
for
gotta
hours
stop
with
this for
my
a minute so
face."
you hear that sucks, dude. The same thing happened to Lady A. She insisted on going to a giant rally with me one time, and even though we went on a march, some of the ladies stayed behind in the park. They were surrounded by DHS officers and everything, but still, the mace started flying. They had to attack some peaceful ladies that were just in the park waiting for us to come back from our march. And as soon as we got around the corner out of sight of the park, Antifa started and attacking the ladies that were just hanging out, just waiting for us to get back. They weren't doing anything. One of them was in a freaking wheelchair, guys, and they started attacking. So Lady A got a taste of what it's like to be maced and pepper sprayed and all of that stuff. And that's a hard, you want to say now you understand, like Tommy just said, and it sounds cold and callous. It really does, but I get it. I get it because a lot of times our significant others don't have any idea, and especially for people like me I've experienced it so many times that it doesn't really bother me. I've been maced almost point blank, and 10 minutes later, acted like nothing happened. You get the proper care, and it happens. Well, to me, it used to. I haven't got it in a long while, so it probably affect me a little bit more now. But back in the day, in the Patriot Repair days, we used to get maced all the time. It wasn't so much bear mace like they got now. It was more, pepper spray and the little over the counter self. It wasn't as bad as what they're getting now, but once in a while it was. But it would happen almost every weekend, so you kind of get used to it. You develop a thick skin about it, and it's kind of that always makes me laugh that we're like, oh, we got pepper sprayed again, ha ha ha, and we're like, you realize 99% of the population thinks that's insane that we laugh about getting pepper sprayed. We laugh about getting tear gassed. We laugh about getting bear sprayed, bear maced, and it's not normal. It's really not. But to us, it just becomes old hat. And then people around you are just like you're crazy. So I feel so bad for Carrie right now. I really feel bad about Carrie getting mixed up in the middle of this. That's the thing. That's just wrong. That's just wrong. You don't go to somebody's house. Even bikers don't do that. Bikers will wait till you're by yourself and catch you somewhere, whatever. If you've got some paybacks coming, if you got some retribution, you don't bring families, especially women and children and pets and stuff. You don't do that. I have never, never, never in all of my years, and I used to be a hoodlum, guys. I have never attacked somebody's house. It was a rule. I did not attack somebody's house. Only on rare occasions would I mess with somebody's car, and that was usually because they messed with mine first or something. So, tit for tat. But if I got a problem with a person, I go to that person and we settle it. This kind of shit is just it's stupid and it's cowardly and it's juvenile and it's gang behavior. They want to run around and say, we're not violent. You guys are the violent ones, blah, 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 blah. This is violence, guys. This is violence on an innocent person. Carrie's not out there doing this shit. Carrie's not out there in their faces. Carrie's not even at events. She stays home. I have never even met her. So why should she get involved in this? Their dog, whatever, their neighbors. Why are all these people getting involved in our drama? If we go down there, we're putting ourselves out there. If you want to catch me in a parking lot, you want to catch me at a grocery store, stuff like that. That's different. You and I can handle our business. It's between you and me. Let's do that. But you don't bring somebody's family into it. You don't bring innocent people that got basically nothing to do with it. You've never ever ever seen Carrie at an event. She supports Tommy from home and lets Tommy go do his shit. She's not involved in this. Why did she get attacked last night? That's what pisses me off. That's what I'm angry about. To be 100% honest, to be full disclosure, 100% real, Tommy puts himself out there, opens himself up for attacks and whatever. He knows the consequences. He knows what could possibly happen. So when shit happens to Tommy, it's on him. He I hate to use the word asks for it, but he puts himself in the position and I do the same thing. I put my face out there. I do these live streams. I go on X and troll people and whatever. I open myself up to the possibilities. So if anything happens to me, I'm asking for it. But you want to bring my family into it that's not got nothing to do with it, you're asking for a world of hurt. And this is starting to really piss me off because Tommy's caught up in this court bullshit and he can't really do anything about it. His hands are tied. Somebody needs to do something about this. This has to fucking stop. Okay, I'm done ranting. Oh, this is almost over, anyways.
Burning and my body
She's
burning.
part of the Chud Patrol now. Tell her.
she's part of the Mace
Streets
Patrol.
are the
That's for
streets,
sure.
Vasazi.
And what's crazy is she
They don't know how to street anymore.
she dealt with it
I got a song about that too. I don't
better
understand
than
these
I would
streets.
have ever thought possible. Better than she should have had to. She shouldn't have had to deal with
They're
it at all.
cowards.
But she dealt with it, and
They're cowards and they're violent gang members.
Oh my
Changed my
god,
mind.
bro.
she saw me like
I'm surprised Mace even bothers you anymore. You've been Mace so many damn
it,
times.
it wasn't me.
And see, here's the thing, guys, that a lot of you guys don't know. I know Tommy. I've had more conversations than I can count with Tommy. I've ridden next to him on a motorcycle. I've had, I won't say that we're like real close friends, but we're buds. We're buds. I know who Tommy is, and I'm a person. I'm a how do you say it? I'm a people watcher. I study people that I encounter. I don't associate myself with anybody that I don't know what they're about. And here's the thing. Despite his trolling, despite what you see, how he's making his living now, Tommy is a good fucking person, guys. I would love to be Tommy's neighbor. Tommy would be an excellent guy to have living next to me. Probably have you rolling all the time. He's not a bad person. He's got a good heart. You know, this activism makes him look more asshole than he really is. Tommy is a great fucking person outside of this activism. And to see his family get attacked by this just pisses me the fuck off. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. I am fucking livid right now. Like more than I can express. Because I sit here and put myself in his shoes. And I put Lady A in Carrie's shoes. And I've got 5 cats and 4 dogs here. If this shit happened at my house, it would mess my dogs up. Um, most of them, well, 2 of them out of the 4 dogs are like senior citizen dogs. Tommy would give you the shirt off his back. I'm sure he has. When you guys see him give stuff to homeless people during his live streams, that's not fake. That's not for show. Tommy would do it whether the camera was there or not. Tommy has a great freaking heart. He's a big kid at heart. And because of this stupid activism crap and trolling and whatever, that's kind of a big joke in reality. It's like, we've been down there many nights for hours and hours and hours and nothing, no physical stuff happened. Nobody's down there attacking anybody. This is all reality TV. This is not something that people need to be physically attacked for. And the fact that they got chased all over downtown Portland last night, apparently that wasn't enough. Somebody had to go attack his goddamn family. Fuck you, Antifa. Fuck you, Antifa. Somebody clip that. Fuck you, Antifa. Try that shit. Try that shit in a small town. Try that shit out here. See how far it gets you. You come out here with that shit, just don't. Just don't. Because I'm actually a good person too, and I don't want to see anybody hurt. And I guarantee you, you come out here and start that shit, you're going to hurt. And it may not even be me doing it. You don't do that shit out in the country. That's for damn sure. You guys think Oregon is all Portland. No, 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 no. It's a whole different world. You get outside of the Portland metro area. You get outside of the couple cities that we have here. Oregon is red, bro. Oregon is red. Terry Strange, that's a new name. Welcome. Sorry, guys. I'm just really worked up. The more I watch this and hear about it, the angrier I get. Because, like I said, I don't want to say Tommy deserves it because nobody deserves it. That's not the right words. But Tommy knows the risks he takes in doing what he's doing. So getting chased around downtown Portland, okay, that's part of the game. It sucks. It shouldn't happen, but it's part of the game. Getting maced while you're down in front of ICE, that's part of the game. It happens. But attacking somebody's house, especially when their family's there, after he just moved because you guys did it to his other house? Why? You don't get any notoriety for it. You're not telling anybody you did it. So what are you gaining? It's useless. What are you gaining from this, you cowardly pieces of shit? It's just violence for the sake of violence. I saw somebody else. Oh, Ganja, you were in here before, but welcome back. It's just violence for the sake of violence, and it's stupid. It's childish. It's low IQ. What do they call it on the Hodge Twins show? Low capacity? Low capacity thinking. You guys want to see why I'm the angry Orgodian? Let me keep seeing shit like this. You're going to see angry. I'm being low key because I'm online. This is just wrong that we have to keep seeing this. And for those of you who are going to watch this later, because I know the lefties watch our shit, and you're going to say it's staged, it's fake, fuck you. So's your mental illness. Nobody's going to put their family through this to stage something, you stupid assholes. I'm pissed for Carrie. I'm pissed for his dog. I'm pissed for his neighbors. And I'm pissed for him too, but like I said, we accept the risks when we do what we do. Like I said, you want to catch me in a parking lot by myself? You want to come to a bar where I'm drinking? I don't drink very often, but you know the point. You want to come to me about me? That's one thing. Okay, I accept that. I put my face here all over the internet, calling you Antifa's the piece of shit you are. I can't stand Big Mike. Did I go to his house? Have I messed with his truck? Even with all his stupid flags hanging all over it and he parks it where he's not supposed to in the middle of everything all the time? No, I went to Mike. Because that's how men are supposed to do this shit. I'm sure somebody who did this thinks they're a man. You ain't. You're a piece of shit little coward. Coward. So for all you punks that are going to watch this later, fuck you, cowards.
I wasn't worried about me
No,
at
I know,
all.
but
I wasn't worried about
still.
me at all. I was worried about her.
Uh,
The mace to me, it didn't get in my eyeballs. So it wasn't like that was the last thing on my mind.
yeah, maybe it's time to move the bed away from the window.
I
We
thought of that earlier. I'm
absolutely
like, why
did.
would you put your bed next to a
We
window?
rearranged our whole
I don't do
bedroom,
that.
and
I have
we're
2
gonna,
windows in my bedroom, and my bed is not anywhere near either
yeah,
one
we're
of them.
gonna be fortifying
That's
fortifying,
just a
and
security thing.
the neighbors, they don't agree, but this is their home, and they're like, if we see anything suspicious,
Welcome back, Jeannie.
we'll let you know now that we know
Well,
the situation.
they might not agree with you politically, but I bet you they don't want anybody to attack where you live, or that'd be the most
They don't,
radical people that would think that.
Exactly,
yeah,
Wasazi.
they
That's why
don't want
Eastern
that
Oregon
around their
wants to get
house,
away from
Yeah.
the rest of Oregon.
and our neighbors are nice, and like this is our home. We don't go to their homes. We don't go to their homes. We go to their protests. We go record their protests. That's fine. If they don't have to engage with us. If we walk up
Trying
with
to figure out
Thank
cameras
if
you,
and you
he's
guys.
start
fighting back
surrounding us,
crying or if his
we're gonna
voice is
start
hoarse
talking
from the
to
other
you
day.
guys. You know what I mean? But if you guys was just to leave us alone and let us record, it wouldn't go the way that they want it to go.
No, Pam is not the leader of anybody. That's why
I
there's
don't know.
nobody in Tacoma.
It's just it's really interesting how the people who are so against borders want to put up a fucking border where they're at.
Yeah.
It's just
And now we got Ryan because I was clowning around and being sarcastic and saying, "Yeah, TPUSA pays me." Like anybody that knows me knows that I'm not associated with Turning Point USA, and I was being sarcastic
how
to
do you?
those
No,
fucking
Pam is not the
I
teenagers.
leader of
wouldn't even
shit.
know where to
Even the
begin to
left is
get
turning
paid
against
from
her.
TPUSA. How
Yeah,
the fuck do you even do
exactly.
that?
Pam
Like,
is just a spokesperson,
What is that?
spokesperson for
how do
mental
these
illness.
idiots not realize that I was being facetious? I was being sarcastic. They were like, "Who pays you?"
Oh, they don't know what
And
facetious
I just said the
means.
first thing that came to mind.
Jeannie, Tommy's
Yeah, they
house
don't know
got
what it
attacked,
means. They don't know what it means. They're stupid.
and
I'm
Carrie
wearing a
got bear
TPUSA
sprayed.
shirt right
No.
now.
We love TPUSA,
Yeah, that
but they
could
do
be it,
not pay
Stephen
me.
Adams.
It
You
was
could be right
me
on
being
that.
sarcastic. It was a facetious joke. And obviously it landed pretty good because it got people pissed off.
I'm sure that like Zach looked really pissed off earlier when he did his live when he went to the
I got to
ice.
say one thing. Tommy
Everybody was
being on
like,
there
okay,
is
what the
about the
fuck is
only
going
person that's
on?
got
Nobody's been
Ollie to
live
be
all day
quiet for a
long.
while.
Zach's mad as fuck. What the fuck is
Zach's
happening?
amazing, bro.
I know.
I love
I
Zach.
bet.
I know. Like we automatically formed a bond. We're automatically like brothers at this point.
Yeah.
And he was one of the first phone calls that I made when it happened. Him, Chris, and Danny, like they answered their phone when I called at 3:45, 4 o'clock this morning,
Mhm.
and they were automatically like, "We'll come to you right now. We'll be there right now." You know, I couldn't ask for better friends. I
No,
couldn't ask for a better support system.
you definitely
And
got it. Those guys are awesome. Everybody.
yeah, yeah, it's pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing the
Yeah,
friendships
I wish I was a little
I've
bit closer. I'd
I've
be over there
gained
with
out of
Tommy right
this.
now, but I'm a little too far and I
I
got to
have to
work
look at the
tonight.
positives. I have to
I
look
would
at
definitely fly over there if I was if it was
Zach
an
sure got
option
his
right
money
now.
worth. The moment when Pam realized she was standing in front of Zach Eggs was nobody will ever live that forget about that.
she tried to kick him.
I know.
That shit was fucking funny, bro. I'm not
Oh,
gonna lie, that shit was fucking funny.
Zach is like the Energizer Bunny. He got a lot of energy, man. I was getting
Endless
tired just
He
energy.
watching him,
definitely
bro.
does.
Endless energy.
I think
Yeah.
He is so
I'm gonna
funny.
go get something to eat with them tonight. I think
Yeah, bro.
I'm not
Yeah,
100
yeah.
percent sure. But if not, then you'll see us together tomorrow for sure.
Oh, so he's not
Cool, cool.
leaving
You
yet. Okay.
gonna
Well,
I would
speaking
imagine
of,
there's
we've
like
seen what we
probably
got to
some
see on here. Let's go back to him and see if we get any clues in the last of his video and see what he's upset about. Because I'm kind of curious what happened
You
now.
shut the fuck up, bitch! Zach X is in town, you fat cow! Alright, that concludes our ice facility for today. Or just right now.
Maybe he was just saying
I hope you
Portland in
guys have a good
general is
time.
bogus.
I will likely not see you anytime soon. As, again, things happened last night, I cannot disclose. But it was not a good night. So,
Okay, so I'm kind of axing the infighting thing. If Tommy's saying they're going to go have dinner
hope
tonight,
y'all had a good 4th. God bless you all. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for supporting me
He's
and
not going to
donating.
tell us.
Love you. I'll talk to you soon, maybe.
He's not going to tell us. But I don't think due to that statement, I don't think it's infighting. Okay, I got to pause this before I get copyright. Oh, son of a gun. Yeah, a lot of people are jealous of Tommy. Let's see if there's anything interesting live going on, guys. Yeah, I think he was just saying Portland in general when he said Portland is bogus. Oh, I want to listen to Aaron Lewis so bad. Cly is still on. See, I haven't seen. Kind of curious because I haven't seen Danny or Chris on. Oh, going on 3 hours. It's not inviting someone bash inside. Yeah. Miss Mo, welcome. Yeah, we've just been talking about that. We watched both of Tommy's videos. All right. In the meantime, let's turn on this so we got something cool to look at. See our beautiful beach. I like to show the pretty side of Oregon every once in a while. I think I'm going to ride tonight. I think I need to go get my bike uncovered. Yeah, Trisha, we just watched the Tommy video. I don't know who Coffee Anderson is. I'll have to look into that. I love Aaron. I've been a huge Aaron Lewis fan for a long, long time. You guys want to see some fireworks from DC last night? Let's. Wish I would have saw these in person. Oh, that's the Washington Monument all lit up like that. That's cool as F. That's cool AF. Turn it down a little bit. Yeah, guys, I'm more angry than I'm letting on, trust me. If I was still close. Silo, Oregon, we need to save it from the demon bat. You are absolutely correct, Miss Mo. Absolutely correct. Trisha, did I say hi to you? Hello, Trisha. That's just, maybe we should see what happened last night. Did anybody not see what happened last night? No, turn that off. Let's get this back down. Let's go see if we can get Tommy or Zach's video from last night. I didn't see what happened after they were gone. Let's do it a day ago, 20. Which one would it be? Probably this one. Hey, be quiet for a minute. Yeah, they said some people got messed up after everything last night. Yeah, I didn't see. They shut it off, but I guess last night some stuff happened afterwards.
Happy 4th of July.
We'll look at last night after these fireworks are over, guys. I like fireworks.
Holy smokes.
I was looking at the overhead shot from yesterday. They had like 5 or 6 barges out there for fireworks. Huge. Hey, Big D. Oh, Godfrey's. Hello, welcome to YouTube. What up, Big D? Happy 4th to you too, buddy. Unscripted, welcome. Oh boy, I'm getting all kinds of people in here now. getting all the cool kids are coming in now. Join the cool kids that have been here for a while. Much love to you guys who've been watching for the last 3 hours. And much love to you guys that are just jumping in. I guess I'll stay on for a little while longer.
Happy 4th of July.
All right, that was those fireworks.
JLR.
We'll take a look at what happened last night. Turn the chat off. We'll turn it on, but not too loud. Oh, got to turn the channel. There you guys go. That's what they were saying. Some random people got attacked. I'd like to see where we can see that because Tommy said he saw it. So somebody must have been live streaming it.
He's not doing nothing. Spitting in somebody's face.
If anybody knows, please tell me. I'd like to see it. These people are just crazy. What are they even protesting? What are they even all on about? And obviously the cops were there ahead of time, so they knew this was going to happen.
Take him to jail. He's chipping out. Take him to jail.
I hate that. You little cross-eyed asshole.
He's chipping out.
He's not cross-eyed, he's lazy-eyed. The lazy-eyed asshole. Thinks he's a badass when the cops are around.
What you want to do about it, bro?
What are you going to do about it? You ain't doing nothing. You're talking shit in front of the cops.
What you want to do about it?
Oh, he's in Danny's face. I didn't realize that. I thought he was still going after Josh.
Let me go. That's not acceptable. That's not acceptable.
See, that's it right there. Cops or no cops, if he'd have came at me with that aggressive posture, he'd have been on his ass. I would have went to jail for it. You haven't seen it either, Hubie? I'll have to look around when I'm at work tonight.
Kill yourself, faggot.
Hey.
Kill yourself. Take a shotgun.
I'm going to make some shorts and stuff tonight when I'm at work. I got, yeah, Webster, right? Lazy Eye Webster. I call him Timu CeeLo because he thinks he's CeeLo Green. And now Seth is going to come over and talk smack. I love how they do that. They get so bold when the cops are around. They know the cops are going to stop anything from happening. Been watching this for a decade. And they always do this. They get 10 times bigger when the cops get around. That's why they make so much noise. Because they want the attention. They want the cops to show up so they don't actually have to back up their mouth.
Shine the green laser in my eyes.
And that's the thing is, when they get aggressive like this, you've got to handle it immediately. Immediately before the cops get there. Joe, what's up? Joe, you got to get your shit together, man. You're the only Canadian that doesn't have Maple MAGA behind their name. What's up, buddy? You're the odd man out right now. Oh, and look who's there. There's little Pantifa. She had to have flew down here from Tacoma to get here in time for this. I mean, that's a sporty little Miata she's got, but she had to be pressing it for all it had to get down here this quick.
Oh, because I'm a faggot, so I can call you faggots. Pretty easy. Oh, are you straight?
How pathetic is she? Look at her. Just go sit in a retirement home somewhere, you old bat. Goodness gracious. And look at now Richard's hiding in the background because there's so many cops around. He was all talk a little while ago.
Hey, not gonna follow him? No.
And this guy with a flagpole and no flag. Tell me that's not a weapon.
This morning, Trump is still your daddy.
Yeah, I can't believe she left her boyfriend up in Tacoma all night. It's Agent Himpill. You know what they've been calling her on Zax? They've been calling her Landfill. Pam Landfill. That's hilarious. Yeah, Pam is not a mastermind of anything. Pam is just a useful idiot. And then what is this? What is this, guys? Somebody tell me what that means. Somebody tell me what that means. Even in mental instability, that's got to mean something. What does that mean? He does that all the time. Uh, uh, uh. See, what is that? Is he like telling people to leave? What does that even mean? I'm sure the armpit stench just wafts off of him every time he does that. This guy is annoying AF. These bagpipes just drive me out of my freaking mind. I love bagpipes when they're done right. He's just making noise. Shoving the flag up your ass. Yeah. I'll shove the flag up your ass. I'll fuck you up. I'll fuck you up. I'll shove the flag right up your ass.
He hates gay people. Fuck you, pussy! He wants gay people. That's why they talk about him all the time. Gay cops, especially little ones.
Okay, this piece of shit right here, this guy right here, had all the opportunity in the world to show himself a tough guy, but he didn't do anything, but he wants to call somebody else names.
You can tell me, man. I'm here to advocate for you. Did you feel guilty when they raped you in prison? Were you a prison talk, Tommy? Is that why you're always talking about trannies?
See, everything is sexual with
Fuck
them.
you, bitch.
Everything. Because they're
Why you
deviants.
always talk about chicks with dicks, Tommy? Because that's all you think about? Show me your browser history, you fucking creep.
I guarantee you this guy hasn't had kitty since kitty had.
You know what makes you creepy? You know what makes you creepy? You fucking suppress homosexuality. Just admit it, and I'll give you someone to talk to, and you'll feel better about it.
Nobody got beat up last
You'll
night,
feel
Joe.
better about it. You can stop talking about chicks with kids, and then you can do something else other than torment people. Oh my God, your face.
He's on the late night footage. Jeannie, do you know if there's footage outside of theirs?
Where's your chin?
Right, Dustin? Yes, exactly. What's funny is the cop watchers started hanging out with the Patriot in 2016, and 9 out of 10 of them switched over to the red side, except for this idiot. Yeah, they didn't get beat up, Joe. They got bear maced. Don't say they got beat up, because that's not correct, and people are going to take that the wrong way. It's probably not indicated. Yeah, probably not. He's into bending over for a horse, probably.
They're whacked out of their minds.
Sorry, I shouldn't have said that out loud.
If you love the president.
Oh, that's right, Geyer. I forgot Geyer was out there. Oh, shit. All right, I'll have to check that out. Like I said, I'm going to look at more later.
Oh, God.
Actually, hell, I can look it up now. I forgot I have the capability of doing that now. Forgot I can look things up on my monitor. Digital.
I'm surprised you know what tonight.
Oh, shit.
I'm subscribed.
Oh, shit.
Here's one about how we got Charlie.
Tupac.
I have nothing coming up on his lives.
Keep hiding behind me.
Does Geyer have it on X?
Mob mentality.
I don't see anything
Mob mentality.
new on his YouTube. Yeah, they maced everybody. Nobody got beat up because they never came in the house. That's all I'm saying. Nanny B, welcome. That's a new name. Hi, Snooks. Hi, Snooks. Welcome, Nanny B. That's a new name. Genie, is it on X? Is that why I'm not finding? I'm not finding it on his YouTube. He doesn't have anything newer than 2 months.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Let's look for X. Why is X not on my favorites? I gotta look for it. Yeah, I made sure you knew I said hi to you this time. Let's look on his X and see if I can find it. Go to his page. Homeless, okay. July 4th. 15 hours ago. Oh, okay. How long is this? This is only 32 seconds, though.
Absolutely. Nobody's afraid of me. Fuck off.
Yeah, looks like it did get crazy down there.
Run away like a little kid.
He's only got shorts, though. I don't see anything live from yesterday. Last second. All I see is shorts. 15 hours ago. Yeah, it's just a little one. I was looking for something longer, but I'll play the short one so you guys can see that. I was looking for something longer, but I'm not finding it.
You guys are all sheep. You guys are the mob mentality fascist fucks. Y'all fucking losers. Y'all don't understand how democracy works.
Let's go to the beginning.
We won.
All right, guys. Let me turn the sound off on that one so you guys can see or hear. Get off the YouTube. All right, we'll pause that. We'll come over and show you what Geyer had to show us last night. This is apparently after Tommy and them left last night.
Let the firefighters play. Pizza! Who wants pizza? Get the fuck out of here!
Oh, this is dude in the red is in all of these. I wonder who that is. They're attacking a building? I wonder what building that was. I want to see who this dude in the red is, see if I recognize him. Oh, it's all blurry when I pause it. Anybody recognize who that is? He's about to get bitch smacked pretty hard. And he's in this fight too. See, there's the red shirt. There's the red shirt. Looks like dude was in all kinds of fights last night. All right, guys, that's what Geyer had to show us last night. What were we watching? We were watching this from last night. Okay, let's go back over her. What is Tafarsi? What is Tafarsi, Snooks? Oh, look, there's Pam.
You only feel tough because it's not right. Nice. I'm not touching you. He's fucking running, Josh! You guys are such cowards. Where are we going? I thought you were pussy. Back the fuck up, bro. Don't touch her. Shut up, Tupac.
Oh, Tupac is such a punk. I hate that dude. He didn't have shit to say when I got in his face. Has who accomplished anything, Wasazi? You mean us or them? They, as in Antifa, as in the protesters? If you're asking about the protesters, no, they have not accomplished anything other than uh, make Portland look like a joke to the rest of the country. But actually, to be 100%, here's the thing: what people understand is this is this reaches far more than what you guys see on the street. Let's pause this for a minute. What you guys may not understand about Portland is these are just the street soldiers. This and yeah, I know what Farsi language is. She said T Farsi. I didn't understand. You guys are talking about Farsi. I get that. Um, check Andy. No. Okay. In a minute, Jeannie. Thank you for that. I will. I think we have a troll in chat. Tupac is a coward. He's like a toothless dog. Yeah, Tupac is a coward. Yeah, other countries judges. See, here's the thing about what's going on in Portland, guys, is what you see is just the street soldiers. These guys are the useful idiots. The problem with Portland is there is actually Antifa and communists and hardcore DSA socialists and stuff that are in city government in Portland. Portland is half-ass run by Antifa. This is why they get away with what they do here. We used to have a couple people on city council before they changed everything up back in my hardcore patriot days, pro activism days. Um, there's a couple people on Portland City Council in Portland City Hall that I actually stood face to face with across protesting lines. Um, there was a an election a few years back when they were running for mayor, and there were actually 3 people on the ticket running for mayor that were Antifa or hardcore Antifa adjacent. Um, it's bad here. It permeates all the way up. That's why they get away. That's why this is their safe space. This is why they get away with what they do. And also, what you don't understand is these parks that you're looking at right now. There's 3 parks in a row if you look at a map. There's Chapman Square, there's Lonsdale Square, and there's Terry Shrunk Plaza. They're all 3 in a row. And surrounding them is the judicial complex, I guess you could say, federal and city. You have Portland City Hall, you have Portland Municipal Jail, you have Multnomah County Jail, you have Multnomah County courthouses, you have the federal building that, and you have the Justice Center where all the courts are. All of those buildings surround these parks that they're in right now. And Terry Shrunk Plaza is federal property. And then Chapman and Lonsdale parks, Chapman and Lonsdale squares are are city parks, and they are basically Antifa playgrounds. If you follow all the way back to the Occupy days back in the 90s, I think they were, or maybe it was the early 2000s when they had the Occupy Wall Street, and then they were occupying the places all in different cities. Portland had their own Occupy movement, and it was in these 2 parks that you're seeing them in now. If you see a video from earlier yesterday. They were in a park that has a shallow red brick amphitheater. That is Terry Shrunk Plaza. When we had the Patriot prayer rallies, we would have our rallies in Terry Shrunk because we would pull an actual federal permit, a demonstration permit, and as long as it was in that federal park, we would get DHS security because Portland cops wouldn't do shit for us. And when like we had one a July rally where we had a few hundred people in the park, and we literally had 2 to 3,000 um, Portlanders, out of staters, whatever, Antifa and protesters, angry protesters surrounding the park. They had us outnumbered 5, 6, sometimes 10-1. But we had, and Portland cops won't do anything to help anybody who's not on the left. They actually have orders because, again, what you guys might not know is in Portland, we're one of the rare places, our mayor is our police commissioner. And our mayors are unarguably allied with Antifa, which absolutely blows my mind because Antifa never supports the mayors, anyways. But they're pro Antifa, anti conservative. So they let Antifa run around and do whatever they want. And them being the police commissioners, they literally give stand down orders to PPB, which is Portland Police Bureau. And if any of you are familiar with the Jeremy Christian case, which happened in 2016, 2017, we had a person go on the MAX train and end up unaliving a few lefties, and one of them almost got unalived, and he's got a big scar across his neck now. His name is Micah Fletcher. Um, that was literally set up. It was an op from Portland City Hall that went wrong, and they tried to use they tried to use a known um, psychopath. There's no other way to put that. This guy's mentally ill psychopath, in and out of jail all the time. They tried to use him to prevent Patriot Prayer from getting a foothold in Portland. Um, we had one action prior to that in Portland. Antifa was all online threatening to destroy a liquidation store over some stupid video that went viral about a lady complaining because there was a Confederate flag on the wall and yada yada yada. And they decided that they were going to destroy this business and put it all online, and nobody was doing anything about it. So myself, with the help of Joey Gibson, we organized the first Patriot Prayer action, and we went to that liquidation store to protect it and counter the Antifa actions. And that was the first time Patriot Prayer came into Oregon. If I remember right, other than a rally that we had in Vancouver, that was the first time Patriot Prayer really did anything. And the mayor took notice of this, and the mayor was very Antifa friendly. And he was like, "Oh, there's this new group out that is preventing my Antifa soldiers from creating havoc," and he got upset. Jeremy Christian was a plant, and I'm about to explain to you. Oh, Dustin, you're local, so you'll know this. I didn't know you didn't know this story. I'll give you the quickest version I possibly can because this is very in depth and it goes a ways into Portland City Hall. So, anyways, after the liquidation store, Antifa decided we have a festival of roses here in Portland. It's been going on for 100 years, whatever, 80 some years, whatever. And prior to that, on one of the major streets on the east side of Portland, they have the Festival of Roses parade. That's a couple weeks before the actual Rose Festival happens, and it's a long time tradition. The east side loves it, and they have a big parade. Well, Antifa threatened them online so much because the Multnomah County Republicans wanted to have a float in this parade. And Antifa said, if you don't kick out the Multnomah County Republicans float, we are going to terrorize this parade. They literally said that online. So the powers that be in Portland decided to be safe. They just canceled the whole Festival of Roses parade. That was an event that's been going on for 80 some years. So we got wind of it and we decided to have our own. We're like, Antifa's not going to cancel everything. So we had a big rally in one of their favorite hangout parks. And we marched all the way down Southeast 82nd Street. We had a pre-rally before the march. During this pre-rally, Ted Wheeler actually comes to the park. Ted Wheeler is the mayor. This is how important he thought that we were as Patriot Prayer. Now, mind you, we had only been in Portland once before this, at one little spot, and hung out in the parking lot for a couple hours. But when we had another rally, he thought, He wanted to see it so bad, he came to this park in the middle of a Patriots versus Antifa event and whispers to some top brass and then disappears out of the park. I was standing right next to them when it happened. Um, Myself and a guy named Big Country, we got shoved into this little sports ball court to have our own little area, and we were allowed to prevent people from going in there that weren't part of our event. So myself and Big Country were standing at the entrance to this, and we were being security, not letting anybody in that wasn't part of our group that we didn't trust. After the mayor whispers to the top brass and PPB, here comes this character from a far corner of the park with some Star Spangled Banner pajamas and a Betsy Ross flag hanging around his neck. And we're like, "Oh, it's a friendly. That's cool." And he comes walking up, but on his way over, he starts talking shit to everybody. It was clear from the onset. We After a couple minutes watching this guy, we knew something was off about him. So I was like, "No, he doesn't come in here." So despite what the media says, he was not, absolutely capital N0T, not part of Patriot Pair's event. So after him almost causing a riot because he's talking smack to Antifa and talking smack to Patriots, I went up to the same brass guy that Ted Wheeler just talked to, the same sergeant, lieutenant, whatever he was in PPB, and I said, "Look, I'm, doing security here, so I'm going to ask you guys a favor. You see what this guy's doing. You're watching him create riots on both sides. Why don't you kick him out of the park?" And he looks at me, he goes, "We know exactly who that is, and we're not allowed to do anything about him today." Quote unquote. That is exactly what he said to me. I remember it like it was yesterday. He looked me right in the eye and said, "We know exactly who that is. His name is Jeremy Christian. He's a known problem in this neighborhood, and today we are not allowed to do anything about him." And I was like, "Wait, what?" And he says, "That's all I can say," and he walked away from me. So that told me right there that he was a plant. And throughout the day, he followed us in between the Patriots and Antifa all the way down south. We're talking an hour and a half march, and was in between the Patriot crowd and the Antifa crowd and talking smack to both. We tried to kick him out of the group many, many times. There's video, 5, 6 videos out there proving this, that all the Patriots were trying to get rid of him, almost fighting him physically, and there wasn't much we could do about it. The cops wouldn't let us do anything about it. And the whole time, Jeremy Fletcher, Micah Fletcher, was following Jeremy Christian in a clown suit and juggling and antagonizing him the whole time. Weeks later, Jeremy Christian is on his way to an appointment downtown, and he's on a MAX train. The MAX train is our public transit light rail thing. Just so happened, out of all the trains that go by that day, Micah Fletcher and Jeremy Christian are in the same train car. Jeremy Christian is a loose cannon, runs his mouth constantly. He's a psychotic. I'm not defending Jeremy Christian in any way, shape, or form. He needed to still be locked up for things he did way in the past. Somebody says something to him. He starts talking back in the way he usually does. And all of a sudden, here comes Micah Fletcher with 3 people behind him. They're going to handle Jeremy Christian. You explain to me how Jeremy Christian ended up on the same train as him that day when that happened. It was all a setup. One of the people that was behind him was an ex-Army Ranger who now, at that point, was an IT tech for Chloe Udaly, who happens to be a Portland City Councilor and runs the neighborhood development or the neighborhood committee or whatever for the neighborhood that we had the rally in. It's called the Monticello neighborhood. Montebella? One of those. I can't remember. Montevilla. It's the Montevilla neighborhood. Reggie was in the car behind that one when that all went down. So Micah Fletcher, who ended up getting promoted in that neighborhood association, who was friends with Chloe Udaly, who the guy behind him was an IT tech for Chloe Udaly, and Chloe Udaly is closely aligned with Antifa and wanted Patriot Prayer out of the picture. They just happened to be on the same train as Jeremy Christian, who just happened to come in and cause trouble that day during our rally. You tell me all these coincidences happened. And then 3 people ended up getting unalived. Micah Fletcher was fortunate enough, even though he had a big scar across his neck, to survive it. Now, I'm not going to say I'm sorry anybody survived something, but it pisses me off that Micah Fletcher was the key in that situation and 3 other people died and he didn't. I hope every single day of his life that weighs heavy on him and he regrets those people's lives being taken due to his actions and his political aspirations. Micah Fletcher, you are a pile of shit, and I hope the devil visits you every night in your fucking sleep. Anyways, you line all those up, and yes, Jeremy Christian was a plant. Jeremy Christian was an op from Ted Wheeler's City Hall to prevent Patriot Prayer from operating in Portland because all the media instantly tied Jeremy Christian to Patriot Prayer to try and make us look like we put a racist on that train to harass people. And now people are unalive because of it. They twisted it towards Patriot Prayer for months after that. When Jeremy Christian was literally by myself, by me personally, was told to get the F away from us. I've been obsessed with this case for years because of that, because I watched it develop. What's happening right now, Joe, the difference between then and now, which is really weird, is we don't have, although everybody thinks Pam is not. Trust me, I've been watching this long enough to know. Pam is not an Antifa leader. Pam is full of she's way too full of herself, is trying to grasp onto any relevance she can. She's a retarded grifter and she has no power. Even the left is turning on her now because they're starting to see through her shit. Pam is not an Antifa leader. Pam is trying to be an Antifa leader, but she can't because she's too full of shit. Even the Antifa, dumbass Antifa, can see through her. I saw real Antifa leaders. I saw real Antifa organization. Right now, they do not have organization. For some reason, Rose City Antifa has oddly, very oddly, not associated with this latest round of protests. Now, it's starting to ramp up in downtown, but very, very, very slowly, which is odd to me. This whole wave of Antifa right now is really confusing me. They're not operating under normal standard operating procedures because they do not have the organization that they used to have. They do not have very strong, outspoken leaders like they used to have in Rose City Antifa. A lot of them got paid off because of the 2020 bullshit. A lot of them took settlements and they either moved away or they have to stay in the basement now because the settlement said they can't protest anymore. So all of the top players that have been running around since 2014 are in hiding now and not getting involved in this. So this latest round is a lot of homeless, druggy people, a lot of stragglers, outsiders. There's no real center in this movement anymore. And that makes them dangerous because in any group dynamic says somebody wants to be a leader. Pam and Mike are trying to fill in that role but cannot. They don't have the capacity to do it. Somebody out there is going to try to step up and make their bones, as we say, and try to grab a hold of this shit because that's how group dynamics work. But they're also afraid to do that because they're taking advantage of the political narrative that Antifa is just an idea and there's no leaders, there's no membership. There used to be. They're taking advantage of the fact that political leaders, kind of like when Trump said stand by and stand back. Proud Boys grabbed that and fucking were proud as hell that President Trump mentioned Proud Boys during his campaign. You know, they grabbed a hold of that and ran with it. Well, Antifa's doing the same thing with all of these political leaders saying that Antifa has no structure, Antifa's just an idea. So if they do become structured, it's going to counter that narrative and they're not going to get away with the things they're getting away with. So they cannot grab a hold of that. So in the meantime, Chandler isn't a leader. Chandler wanted to be a leader, but Chandler does not have the capacity to do it either. It's kind of weird. There's a certain type of person, a certain demographic that they're attracted to. And we got Micah Rhodes, we got Teresa Rayford, we got Miguel Armenio before they unalived him was working towards it. It takes a certain kind of person. Wait, what did you say about sharps? I missed it, Dustin. Dustin knows what's going on if he's talking about sharps. I also noticed afterwards Michael Fletcher was dressed up like a sharp for the 2020 protests. Yeah, but the sharps have kind of taken a back seat too. I heard a rumor, and I don't know how true this is, but I heard a rumor that sharps and Proud Boys started hanging out together, and sharps were actually getting red pilled. And I have not seen sharps around this latest round of protests. I heard a rumor, and I can't verify this, but I heard a rumor that after 2020, Proud Boys and Sharps started talking to each other, and a bunch of the Sharps got red pilled because there was also Tom something, Tom Meeks, Tom Mears, whatever, that was leading the Sharps, and he did a couple of interviews for something like National Geographic or something like that. Did a couple of interviews on some right wing violence documentaries back in the around 2020, and I'm sure he got paid pretty well for it. And I haven't seen him since, or he just retired because he was getting as old as I am. Yes, sharps are skinheads against racial prejudice. That's what. So they are skinheads that look like neo Nazis, but they're against racism according to them. And they had some African immigrant get killed here in the 80s, and it was in a neighborhood full of these skinheads, and a bunch of these skinheads decided to go anti-racist after that African immigrant got unalived, and that's when sharps evolved. And although sharps were almost dangerous, and I capitalize the word almost. Sharps were almost dangerous. They were actually they're kind of like punkers. Most of them were a little bit big. A lot of them knew how to fight. Um, and then if you guys have ever seen what's called the Rufio, there's a video about a Proud Boy planking a dude in the middle of the street. I'm sure you guys have all seen it. It's old. It's from like 2018. Um, um, oh my God, Ethan Nordine was the one. He's the Proud Boy, and his nickname was Rufio. Is there a documentary on? Yeah, there are documentaries out there, Joe. Just look up Patriot Prayer and look through the thing on YouTube. There's all kinds of documentaries. We made a splash. We made a splash. But the sharps were coming out and making a big fuss, and a few of them were MMA trained, so they were the security arm of the Antifa back in the first Patriot wave. And after the Rufio, after Ethan laid that dude out really bad, the sharps rethought the risk of defending Antifa, and they've been kind of silent since then. But yeah, that's why they're very unorganized now, and most of that is because the people that were leading got paid off after 2020. Excuse me, and they're not allowed to protest anymore. The only one I've seen out there has been Hacker, who calls himself a journalist. So I don't know if he got paid off or whatever, but I've seen him out there once or twice trying to stay low key. And Hacker's the only one I've seen from the old school crowd out there. I've heard rumors that some are out there. Reggie and Jesse could probably say more because they spent more time down there than I did, and they would recognize the old school people, especially Reggie. But I have not personally run into any old school people down there because they would know who I am and they would recognize me and probably approach me. Not necessarily in a bad way, but kind of like, oh, it's good to see you here. There's a couple of journalists I've seen down there that recognize me from the old Patriot Prayer days, and they've come up and not in a mean way. They're like, "Oh, it's cool to see you down here. I haven't seen you in years." It's kind of funny like that because if I came across some of the old school Antifa from, you know, 8 years ago or whatever, I think it would kind of be like a reunion thing, and we'd be like, "Oh, what the hell? Hey, what's up?" And then we'd be like, "Oh, wait a minute, you're an asshole. Oh, wait a minute, you're an asshole." Yeah, Mike Blue Hair is from the old school. Yeah, that we're looking at him right now on the screen, isn't we? Isn't that Mike Blue Hair, the cop watcher, right there? Or am I getting my names mixed up? What does the Republican Party become after this? I kind of miss the stereotype Republican. Um, I don't think that we're going to have old school. I think old school Republicanism is getting phased out with the newer generations taking over. I don't think old school Republicanism is a thing anymore. I think it's aging out, as they say. Once we get this current generation to retire, we get we get the old school, the old heads out of there. Um, it's going to change because old school Republicanism does not fit today's society, in my opinion. Uh, your traditional George Bush fan does not have a place in today's politics. Um, and as boomers become less and less a thing, because I don't even think old school Republicanism really even works with Gen X. I think the boomers are what's holding on to old school Republicanism, and that's just my opinion. You can think I'm wrong, but I don't think it works anymore because our society doesn't operate the same, and we have different enemies now. Old school Republicanism is geared towards outside enemies. We need a new style of Republicanism to fight in-house enemies. So it's got to change, and I literally think it's aging out. Once we get rid of the boomers in the Capitol building, I think it's just going to fade out, and things are going to have to be different. And I think everything's changing. I think our patriot crowd in Portland has changed. I think Antifa has changed. I think our aspiring political leaders are changing. I think everything's changing, and it had to happen sooner or later. Well, it can be MAGA, it just can't be MAGA Trump. MAGA is not Trump, Joe. That's the thing you got to understand. There are a shit ton of us out here who aren't Trumpers but still believe in MAGA. And us MAGA people don't look at MAGA in this tiny little envelope that lefties do. We see MAGA as this huge thing, this big umbrella, and there's a lot of things under that umbrella. But lefties want to just put MAGA into this tiny little box and use it as a label. MAGA does not fit in a little tiny box. And the media and propaganda machine likes to make it look like MAGA is Trump. No, Trump is MAGA. Trump is not all MAGA, but Trump is MAGA. MAGA has been around since the Reagan days. MAGA is huge and exists outside of Trump. That's why I try and tell everybody I'm MAGA. I'm not a Trumper. I voted for Trump. I support Trump as my president, but I'm not a Trumper. I'm not a Trump cultist, but I am MAGA. I believe in MAGA. I believe America should be great again. I believe America was great and is slowly becoming not great. And I think we need to turn that trend around. That's what MAGA is. MAGA is about stopping the slide that we're on. We're on a backslide right now. We're on a backslide to becoming a giant pile of shit country, and our empire is going to crumble. If it continues the path we're going right now, our empire is going to crumble. Now, history and statistics say it's going to eventually, anyways. That's just kind of how it works. But some of us would like to not see it in our lifetime. Some of us would like to go back to the original American dream and watch it continue to flourish and prosper like it has for 250 years. That's what MAGA is. MAGA is about embracing the country that survived hell for 250 years and became the greatest country in the shortest amount of time out of any countries in history. We are a baby country compared to most countries around the planet. But yet we're the top dogs. That's because of American exceptionalism. That's what MAGA is. MAGA is embracing American exceptionalism and saying, in 250 years, we changed the freaking planet. We changed humanity in 250 years. We want to keep doing that. We want to be the leader. We want to be the process. We want to be the system that everybody looks to for inspiration. That's what MAGA is. Make America great again. And great means being the greatest country on the planet. Nowhere in there does the word Trump come into play. Trump is a tool in the MAGA agenda. And hopefully there will be more after him. So, yes, MAGA will continue after Trump. Everybody's, oh, MAGA's going to die as soon as Trump's out of office. No, we're just going to hope and pray and cling to the fact that we're going to have somebody else that wants to see America great again in office after Trump, or maybe 4 years after Trump, because I unfortunately believe that we're going to get 4 years of a Democrat coming up next, because that's how statistics work. If we get another Republican after Trump, I might have a heart attack. I'll be happy as shit, but I'll probably have a heart attack because that's not how it works. Part of the American experiment is it going back and forth. There are a lot more risks now involved with giving the Democrats power back, so it sucks even worse. But that's the way it works. We go back and forth. Excuse me. We have to make America first to begin with. Yeah, I believe in nationalism. I don't think nationalism is a bad thing. I think nationalism has made us who we are. I believe nationalism has made society what it is now because nationalism and the free market combined creates ingenuity and inventiveness, striving for success, striving to make things better, striving for growth. And we're not doing it. We're doing it because we love America and we want our country to be the leader. I think MAGA has. I think somebody just wrote this. Robbie wrote that MAGA has inspired everything around the world. But what I'm concerned with is MAGA becoming a thing, MAGA becoming overt, MAGA becoming popular has told everybody that's been stifled for a um, few presidents now, the patriotism of Americans has been stifled. We've been indoctrinated into thinking that nationalism is a bad thing. Nationalism does not necessarily mean anything against any other country. Nationalism means I love my country the most. That's not a bad thing. Okay, but nationalism is not fascism. Mussolini was fascist. That's not nationalism. That's believing in a system. That's different. And there is balance. We have our government is set up with checks and balances in place. And this is why we have a Republican and then a Democrat and then a Republican and a Democrat, because we do balance ourselves. And when the entire country gets tired of 8 years of a Republican, they vote in a Democrat. And when you get tired of 4 to 8 years of a Democrat, you vote in a Republican. That's the balance. I don't have to be to work till midnight, baby. That would be great. I would love for you to make dinner. But that's part of the American experiment. And because of that, that's why we're in 250 years the greatest country on the planet. We went from a few ships landing on the East Coast and fighting with natives and almost getting wiped out to being the greatest country on the planet in 250 years, which in the big picture of history is a blink of an eye. Why no more celebrities? Why no more celebrities? If you get a celebrity that's got a head on their shoulder and makes sense, you know who I'm rooting for? Matthew McConaughey. Believe it or not. I want to see Matthew McConaughey get into politics. I want to see Keanu Reeves get into politics. Oh, Keanu Reeves is based as fuck. Oh yeah. He's a common sense base though. And he actually builds motorcycles. Yep. Yep. He's a biker. You're not insulting me, Joe. I love debating. You're not insulting me at all. And the thing is, sometimes I don't know how to just put out my opinion. So if you ask me questions, I can debate, and that helps me get out my opinions without having to just say them. If I'm answering a question, it's a lot easier for me to get my opinion out there. So I don't mind debating at all. John Stewart and Stephen Gilbert. Yeah, not so much. Not so much. But I don't mind debating. It helps me say what I need to say without being awkward about it. If I'm answering somebody's question, it gives me the door and opportunity to spew my opinion out there. So I don't mind debating at all. But yeah, maybe I'll let this play in the background with no sound. I'm not even sure why I stopped this, right? And if something interesting happens, then we can focus on this. But I'll let this play in the meantime. But first thing we need to do is stop this crap.
Get behind us.
You could be born in another country and still be president, I think. I think there's a time limit that you got to be in here and be a nationalized citizen or something like that. Maybe not president. I know you can be like, I know you can be governor, i.e., Arnold Schwarzenegger. I don't think Mamdani was built here, born here either, so you could be mayor. But I would love to see some celebrities, certain celebrities, get into politics. I know it's the norm, but just because you're a celebrity does not mean you have to be an idiot.
You're an idiot.
I know it's more common than not, but it's not always the case.
Nobody got mentioned.
Moving, go,
Like I
go,
said,
go.
the first thing we need to do is get this shit to stop.
Go, stay in front of us.
I'm trying.
DBX, that's a new name. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I wasn't sure about that, to be honest. I should know that, and I probably did it one time, but right now I don't. Is there you have to be a national you have to be a native born American to be president? I kind of thought that might be the case. I know you can be governor. I'm pretty sure you could be like a senator or something like that too. I think it's just maybe president that has that restriction.
You don't worry, your whole group's way back there. Oh, there you guys
I
go.
think. Hey, Sand Tiger, how's it going? Ed Eagle, I don't know if I said hi to you. Hi, bud. Um,
Watch out, Nico.
Caveman, what up, dude?
All are cowards.
Um, I think an immigrant can hold public office, but I think there should be. You have to be a legal citizen for so long. Maybe I would say 20 years, maybe 15. Because immigrants have come here, and sometimes immigrants are better because they love America more than national born citizens. Yes, Sand Tiger, I played the video. I've been watching Tommy for a while now. We actually watched him talk about it on Clyde's too. So yeah, we discussed the Tommy thing already, and I'm trying to talk about other things so I'm not so mad about it.
We split up. It's a flashlight, stupid. You're split up. No, we're not.
But while we are in a political environment,
They're such losers, dude.
while we are in a political environment that allows this to happen, what we're watching right now, as long as places like Portland and Seattle and Minneapolis, how do I say this? As long as those cities are permitted to allow this to happen, because trust me, this is the only reason this is happening is because they know they're allowed to in these cities, and they operate under a different set of rules than the rest of the country. As long as they're allowed to do this in these cities, then we have a disconnect. We are not a united nation.
How pussy you guys are every day of your fucking life.
When we have cities in America that act like they don't belong to America and operate under their own set of conditions and rules and regulations and permit what they think is right instead of what the rest of the country thinks is right, we have a disconnect and we are not united. So stuff like this, as far as I'm concerned, needs to be addressed immediately in order for us to get back on track. Now, mind you, I'm biased because I'm personally involved in this stuff. But this right here tells you that Portland is a universe unto itself. Portland is not part of these United States. Because you're right, it probably would not happen in Florida. It wouldn't happen outside of Portland. If they tried this shit in somewhere in a small town out here, the sheriffs would be all over them. The citizens of that town would be all over them. Portland is a safe zone, safe space. Seattle is a safe space. Minneapolis is a safe space because they operate independently from the rest of the countries. Yeah, I don't care. Will is. I don't even pay attention anymore. Lynn Keene, welcome. That's a new name in chat. If I try to turn Will on, we're going to start another copyright war, and I'm just not up for that. It's not worth it. You can't even watch him unless you watch it while he's live because he restricts them afterwards. So I don't even pay attention to what he says anymore, unless he posts something on X that I can see later or something. Yes, Will is just trying to get attention. He's in the same boat as Pam. They are grasping for relevance. And Will got a little taste of it when he was by Tommy's side. And then when he fucked up, he realized that was stupid, and now he's trying to go the extreme other way to get attention. I think it's dumb. I think it's wrong, but I understand why he's doing it because he got a little taste of fame and then screwed it up. He literally reached around and shoved his own flagpole up his butt.
Yeah.
Texas is turning purple because Californians are moving to Texas. That's what Texas has a problem with right now.
You think we're supposed to be afraid of people who are afraid? Cowards.
Thank everybody who's in here. My numbers seem to be climbing again. I appreciate every single one of you who's taken the time to tune in to me. Much love, much respect to all of you guys. Les Paul. Well, glad you were in here for a minute. Glad you're in here for a minute, Les Paul. There's much more than going on than just that. But I understand. Thank you for being in here for a moment. But yeah, this has to stop. And then, as if this wasn't enough, then they got to attack Tommy's house afterwards. That right there tells you Antifa is a gang. They are operating as a gang. They are using gang tactics. This should be handled. But this is why they do it. They do it with impunity in Portland.
Oh, you're too close to me.
Yeah, we didn't do warning shots in Cleveland. People just got unalived. But yeah, this is just bad. And it really makes me mad that we are in a position that they felt like they could not turn around and handle this. I watched this live and I saw so much criticism in the chat for them quote unquote running. You know, I can't completely argue that, Jess. I can't completely argue that.
Look how many it takes for fucking 10 cups. Look how many pussies it takes.
But them getting away with this, not only from the city, but from us, is unacceptable. We need to stop being outnumbered. We need to stop being fearful of physical consequences. This is not okay. And I won't say it's unique because there were times when we went, you know, Patriot Prayer or Proud Boy things, and we went with not enough numbers, and we ended up we were in this exact same situation. And it's really hard. It's really hard to retreat and still feel like a man. This is not okay with them. I guarantee you they were not enjoying any minute of this. But yet, you're on live streams, you got to pretend like you're not scared. You got to pretend, you know. But they literally had a violent mob following them through downtown streets. And the way they carry weapons and the way the police don't police them, it could be a very dangerous situation. That's just reality, guys. We want to be tough guys. I want to say if I was there, I would have turned around and blah, 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 blah. I probably would. I mean, if there's only 6 to 8 of us down there, I'd have been walking away just like they are. Because sometimes numbers are numbers and reality is reality. And as tough as you want to be, as much as you want to be alpha manly, sometimes the math just doesn't work out. And it sucks every minute that you have to walk away like this. I've been in this situation. I know what it feels like. And I'm a fighter. I love to fight. And every ounce of my body was telling me, turn around and let's just do this.
Okay.
My mom's not 12.
Wow, nice comeback.
That's all this can do.
Pocahontas without teeth. Shut up.
Yeah, the drama does suck, Jess. And that's part of it. Because it used to be we would put something online on Monday and have 100 people downtown on Saturday.
People conquered land. Welcome to
Joey Gibson literally created flash mobs. He would say on Tuesday, Thursday night, we're going to do this walk parade in downtown Portland, and 50 people would show up on Thursday. We can't do that anymore, and that sucks. And it's because everybody is arguing over tactics and attitudes and who's saying what and who's making money where and blah blah blah. And there's so much bullshit going on, and everybody's sniping at each other that we're not united anymore. And then, unfortunately, and this is where I'm going to get critical, you get times like this where these guys are like, F it, I'm going anyways, even though there's only 6 of us. You're going to end up with this situation if you do that. Unless you're planning on that, then it's not a great idea.
You guys are a bunch of pussies still.
Oh, you guys are splitting. You guys are splitting again.
Because I remember a few of them going down to Berkeley.
Nice jacket, you loser.
Tiny, Joey, Pete. There were a couple others, I think. They went down to Berkeley, but they went down there for the express purpose of this happening to them. Joey liked to be a martyr for some reason. That was the message that he wanted to put out there. And he couldn't effectively have that message with 50 people behind him. Oh, yeah, they always got backs. I mean, they always have weapons with them.
Yeah, you guys are the pussies, man.
I don't know yet, Dustin. Chances are probably not. I've got a lot of stuff going on at home right now. I would like to. We'll have to see.
We all got one. I want my ass shit back, dude.
Yeah, it's because you're a fucking beta male.
Okay, Joe, do you see this group right here? 2 of them are gay. 2 of them are not white. I mean, come on. In our little group, there's more diversity than there is in half of the Antifa group. It's a turf war. It's a gang war.
Back to the statue. Thanks for the walk.
And when you have 6 of your gang go against 300 of their gang, you're going to lose. I understand why all this happened, but I don't see this as a win. But I know why it happened, because Tommy had to take Zach down there to experience this. It had to happen.
I would laugh at you, little tickle of a punch. Your little tickle of a punch, homie.
But as far as this weekend goes, I haven't even heard about it yet, to be totally honest. I'm out of loop. I've cut all the chats out because of all the drama and bullshit. So I'm a little behind. I'm out of the loop. I don't even know where this march is. I need somebody to put me back in a chat or something, because I'm so out of the loop now. I'm so behind on getting news. I didn't even know where the barbecue was this weekend. I didn't know Zach was coming into town. I didn't know any of this stuff because I got tired of all the bickering and crap on the chats that I just deleted them all.
Mush, you fucking
Cowards. You prove it every day. Takes 30 pussies.
Get up.
30
Get up.
pussies to
You're
cause
slowing
a 10
And I feel like I'm at the point where if I don't ask, nobody tells me,
We're so fucking
because I'm not going down there on the ground anymore. I've kind of lost favor in the Patriot group, I guess you could say. I don't think anybody's mad at me. I think it's just I've become
Your fucking legs are
irrelevant
so short, dude.
within the Patriot chats and whatever, because I don't go boots on the ground anymore very often. Pioneer Square on the 11th. Ooh, I like Pioneer Square. I'm glad you didn't say it was at ICE. I have no desire to go down to ICE anymore. Like, it literally, I get out of my car anywhere near ICE and it makes me want to puke. Live action videos. This is the second time I've seen you in my chat. I appreciate you. Appreciate you being here. Welcome, welcome.
The Supreme Being, Donald Trump.
The left will win because they're willing to take risks. And well, they're not taking risks, live action.
You know he's going
When
to
they're
be the
operating within
prime
their little
minister of
crib,
Israel
within
on
their
the 22nd,
playpen,
right? You guys
they're
fucking
not taking
trying for the
risks.
whole fucking
We are
time.
the ones taking risks going into
Whole
their
fucking
playpen.
time. Try, baby. Keep trying. Keep trying. Trump's going to be the
And
top
it's like in this
president of
situation, it's
America.
like
Yep.
six
And he's
dogs
going to show you what a real
going
dictator's
into a
like.
dog park full of 300 angry, vicious rabid dogs.
Israel, baby. King Trump.
That's what's happening right now.
The prime minister of Israel. Let's go.
Mindy Moon, welcome. Welcome, Mindy Moon. Yes, it started at the. Yes, we heard what happened to Tommy last night. We've actually went over it on this already. We watched Tommy talk about it on Cly's. You know, unfortunately, that's probably the truth, Miss Mo. There are no winners in this. I think, honestly, 100% honesty, I think that's why you don't see OGs out there anymore because after a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, a lot of energy spent, a lot of time, I think we've come to that conclusion that there are no winners in Portland right now. Something hugely drastic has to happen in Portland.
You fucking ran for like 25 minutes. What are you fucking
Yeah, Ed, that's not a bad idea. I could probably get Shane to text me. Tommy's always too busy.
kind of cute. I was kind of seeing what you're doing out there.
He ran away from you
And he
and went
gets
back
tired
to
of me
the
telling him
red
to get a better bike.
We all saw it. You can't pretend your chat saw it, loser.
Yes, and loss of life. We went through a lot of hell in the old OG Patriot wave.
I don't know what
And nothing really changed. We found that out in 220 or 2020.
Closet.
Happy night. Always nice to see you. Yes, it is. Snooks, nice to see you as well. Sure you got other things to do, so I bid you adieu. Hope to see you in here again soon.
Fucking shoes. You got 2 different shoes on, bro. Cops, they've been following us for
But
like
something
2
serious
miles.
has to happen in Portland. And it has to happen in City Hall. And a lot of the OGs, I think, are just done with bashing their head against a wall.
Without defending ourselves at some point.
I want to make a citizen.
We wanted to make a difference, and it feels like we did not. We got people happy, we got people excited, and then we got Joe Biden anyways, and Summer of Love. After all that we put into everything we did, we got Joe Biden and Summer of Love. And that's frustrating. You're on a karaoke panel. You're going to have to DM me somewhere and get me hooked up with these karaoke things, Snooks. I'm kind of interested.
You guys are fucking pathetic. Hey, stop smoking crack, bro.
So the thing is, Joe, the cops in Portland, Portland's always been corrupt. Portland's always been PPB has always been screwed. But I think 220 was a huge, or 2020, 2020 is what I'm trying to say, was a game changer in PPB because I'm told that after all the defunding of police, all the COVID restrictions, all the riots being permitted to go on in downtown Portland, a lot of the good cops just left. A lot of good cops are like, this isn't worth it. I can't be a real cop anymore. And they left. And the only cops that are left in Portland now, for the most part, are woke stormtroopers that are going to do anything that Darth Vader tells them to do. And Portland became even more screwed because of it.
Ah, man. I'm ready to go watch some fireworks.
And they did a bunch of restructuring of the governmental process in Portland, but I've not seen anything that leads me to believe, to have any hope that there's a balance in Portland City Hall. It's still all left led. Oh, I'm almost to 100 likes. Oh, that's awesome. Come on, guys. If you haven't hit that like button, I'd like to have 100 likes. That would be sweet. Minneapolis has the same problem. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks. It really does. I'll tell you guys this over and over again. When I moved to Portland, I absolutely loved Portland. I've not turned back. I moved out here from Ohio in '96, and technically the end of '95, like 2 days before New Year's. I got here December 28th, 1995. Um, I absolutely loved Portland. I used to literally, on my days off, I would take a bicycle on a bus and go just hang out in downtown Portland. It was beautiful. I loved it. The people were cool. Um, as conservative as I am, I'm still an artist, so I love the little weird factor that Portland used to have.
Why the fuck is your president still in office?
When they were slightly weird and it was cute and eccentric and amusing and entertaining. That's what Portland weird used to be. Now Portland weird is just sick and twisted.
How does that make any sense? Make it make sense, you fucking retard.
And over 30 years now, I have watched Portland just become more and more of a shithole every freaking year, every day.
Retard. Mouth breathing neckbeard. Child-minded idiot fucks that think you can cheerlead for the government to take the rights of other people. They're coming for yours next. Stupid. They're coming for your rights next. Stupid.
I don't think Schleeprock. I hope I'm saying that right. Welcome. That's a new name. I've never seen that name before. Welcome to a great, a seriously new person. I don't think I've ever seen that name in here. Schleprock. Oh, Schleprock, idiot. Yeah, I know what that Schleprock. End of the Lost. I'm an idiot. Schleprock. Took me a minute. That's cool. I appreciate that name because I never see that anymore. Schleprock.
I'm damaged.
Oh, now I lost it. I don't think Biden was the worst president in history. I think Biden was the most not their president in history. There were presidents that were dumber, but they were actual presidents. Biden was not our president for those 4 years.
Yo, I got a question for you. Do you guys believe that being trans is a mental illness?
Yes.
Then why the fuck do you torment people?
It's a
that have
fact.
mental illness.
It's a
That makes
fact.
you an asshole. It makes you an asshole.
They deserve it.
Logic.
They
Fuck you,
deserve it.
asshole.
Tommy's live again. Is he at home or I'll look it up? I'll look it up. See where he's at.
If you believe that
It's a
mental
fact.
illness, why
It's a
torment
fact.
Let's go to
Gender
home.
dysphoria is a mental
That
illness.
makes you a fucking
It's a fucking fact.
What time is it? I got to keep an eye on the clock. I have to work tonight.
It's a fucking fact.
Oh, he's still talking about his house.
If they're mentally ill, why torment them? You're a fucking asshole. Professional asshole. 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 Asshole.
I'm gonna look at this. I'm not gonna turn it on because I don't want the war.
You will be.
He is very angry.
Oh, he figured out how to use blue screen.
He needs to work here.
Guys are nuts. He's got full hockey on, bro.
I'm gonna watch it, but I'm not gonna put it on. I'm looking at Will.
This is fucking nuts, bro.
I told you it's different out here.
Oh.
Says the guy who needs to wear a helmet to keep from bumping his head.
Will's all talking about this, talking about that, but Will's not doing anything.
No, they're gonna follow us.
That's fine. There's not many of them.
He can talk all he wants, but he's not doing anything. He's just talking.
We can take these guys with us. Let's go, guys. Let's all party.
Story. We're gonna do a dance.
All right, see you later, Jess. Thanks for being in here.
Let's go right.
All right,
towards
this
the
you guys have
water.
all seen this here, so let me. You guys want to see what he's talking about now? So we'll turn him on. I just have to watch Will for a few minutes to understand what he's talking about, what he's doing, because he's so predictable.
3 times a day mixed with. Oh shit.
Tommy's talking really quiet. Let me turn his chat off. I don't want to watch his chat.
Mixed with warm water to soothe her throat. If y'all haven't Yeah, give you a good bath to break down oils from the spray. Use baby or tearless shampoo for face. Yeah. Thankfully, she didn't get none on her. I think she just breathed it in.
All right, guys, we're all checking on Tommy. I'm going to turn him up. He's being really quiet for some reason. I don't think he has a mic on. I think he's just using his laptop. I don't know. Or he's too far away from his mic.
Um,
Yeah, again, guys,
you guys want
this
to
has got to
see?
stop. This got to they feel so secure that they can do this to Tommy's family. That's not
Did you
right. What
guys
kind of
see
society do we
this?
live in that they think that's okay? That we
Hold
allow
up.
them to
Wait a
get away
minute.
with this
Let me get
shit
it
so
on
much?
screen.
Yeah, I've got it turned all the way up, guys, so it's Tommy's thing. He's not very loud. Maybe I'll go in his chat and tell him.
These freaks are psychos. They really
I
need
got
to be dealt
to figure out
with.
how to turn
Glad
his
you
chat
guys are
back on
okay.
now.
Call us if you need anything at all.
How do you turn the chat back on?
Thank you, Sandwich. We appreciate that. God bless you.
Don't know how to turn his chat back on.
Yeah,
Huh.
definitely
Oh,
report
oh,
Will's live.
already reported. Oh, they're talking about Will.
Yeah, definitely report. Okay.
God, I can't type for shit. Let's give him a strong arm. Why is he buffering so bad? That's not me buffering. I've got everything else off. That's not me. I'll restart it again. Yeah, see, that's him buffering because his chat's still going. He might still be having tech problems. Come on, Tommy. Figure this out, buddy.
Oh, shit. Thank you guys for the flowers.
No,
Yeah, me and Zach were together all day yesterday, and we'll be hanging out again tomorrow for sure. Will has a warrant. That's funny. But look, this is just a short video that he did today
oh,
at
do I have food?
ICE. Did you guys see it?
Short. Ooh, what is that? Oh, you can put it down. What is that? Oh, it's lettuce. It's lettuce. Okay, this is gonna be really hard to eat on live. You'll be all right.
Yeah, my wife was just starting to feel safe. It was just feeling safe in our new home, and now they just completely destroyed her safety, her feeling of safety in her own home. Maddie the
Well,
Surfer
it's
Tony,
working
you're
now.
an inspiration. Thank you for all you do. We red states welcome you. Come be with your own people. I know we need to get the fuck out of here and go somewhere like Texas or Florida. I I I don't know how much longer I can just deal with these insane terrorists. I tried to sleep. It didn't work. Yeah, I
Yeah,
would do
Tommy does
something
seem
like that
tired
for
as
me,
shit,
but
huh?
then that makes us liable, and I could get in trouble for shit like that. And if there's like one of my neighbors takes their dog out, or they get hurt, or there's so many variables. Kingfisher, I see you, bro. Yeah, Will's YouTube handle is P-Town Baba Yaga. He's in there trying to brag about being the one who doxed my house or came to my house. I don't know what he's trying to say. He's kind of special ed. Hey, I have a really amazing support group. I have a really amazing group of amazing patriots and friends, people I consider family. So, and we've got nothing but love and support from everybody that matters. Everybody that matters in our life right now has been there for us today. Like, I can't thank everybody enough. It's been a really, really rough day. Probably, I would say, probably one of the worst days so far out of doing what I've been doing. Haley, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the Patriots. We love you guys.
Yeah, this is wearing him down bad. I wish I was closer.
Yeah. I was supposed to take Zach to the waterfalls and to go sightsee today, and that got ruined. They popped all our tires, and I just,
Fuck Antifa.
they're not gonna break me. They're not gonna break me, that's for sure. They're not gonna stop me from doing what we do.
Oh, I got 100 likes. Sweet. Thank you guys.
They're not gonna stop me from loving my country and fighting for what I believe is right, fighting for what I believe matters. They can come to my house, they can throw bricks through my window, they can terrorize and show the country and
Sorry, guys, if you're hearing me eat, but I gotta eat.
the world that they are violent, that they say
Got my corn on the cob. I'm a happy camper.
they're anti-fascist, but they're fascist and they're violent.
Yeah, sometimes it's not even fun doing business in Portland, is it, Schleprock? I get it. I get it. I used to run a moving business, and Portland addresses made me like cringe.
And they don't want us in the same environment as them. They want us.
Yeah, everybody's saying Will has a record or whatever. I saw somewhere Will has a record. Why is he
Like
bragging about having
concentration
a
camps.
gun?
They want us dead. They want.
Why does it keep buffering? Is
Us gone, and they happily say it proud.
I don't think this is me. Oh, whoa, it's way behind. All right, maybe this is me.
Job that I was at before. Without Antifa, I wouldn't have to be out doing what I'm doing.
I don't understand this.
If they weren't out acting like idiots and
No, Will would not do well. Well, he would because he'd be in somebody's pocket immediately. Right, Sled
beating
Brock. That's
random
what's always
people
bothered
up
me is I
in
love
downtown.
Oregon. I'm a transplant, but I love Oregon, and I really don't like when people take it for granted where we live.
Portland, just for having cameras.
I love Oregon. I
Like
appreciate Oregon.
that just sounds so dumb, bro.
There's a lot of Oregon people that I like a lot too out here in the country. I just don't like the city. I don't like Portland. Don't
I do
Portland my
voice my
Oregon.
opinion, and that's not that. So what,
I don't understand why. I got to try a different channel and see
bro?
if it's me.
God bless you, bro. I love you, big dog.
Turn on Mr. Bills and turn on Mr. Bills and see if he's buffering too. Bro. Big Bubba be grabbing those ears. Yep. Yep, exactly. Yeah, see, I'm not getting any buffering on Bills. It had to have been Tommy's. Okay, guys, I just noticed the time. I'm gonna have to get off here because I gotta get ready to go to work. So I'm gonna make Bill happy. I'm going to find a way. I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna raid Mr. Bill. I'm gonna make him happy. Let's see if I remember how to do this. Oh,
Was it? Yeah, somebody else came in from the panelverse the other day. I can't remember if it was Abe or somebody else, but he said craziness going on in the panelverse again. What's the craziness going on in the panelverse? Is it always
what,
kind
babe?
of crazy stuff, or is it
It's good, baby.
specific craziness?
Picture
Is it
me
left on left debate
Oh,
verse
I'm doing this
stuff,
wrong.
or is it
Wait a minute. I'm trying to
Sled
remember how to
Bombs?
do this now. Over
Because
here, I
there's
got to
it's
turn
kind of funny thing
on
is in that kind of
this.
corner of the internet, Rob and Crucible and all that, and other things around that. There's a little bit of drama stuff that always happens there, but and
What
there's
here?
always a little bit of drama stuff that happens in this corner of
No.
the universe with the you could call it the riot verse or something like that part of YouTube with Tommy and company and or the Portland verse, I
Oh, I
guess
got
you
to
call
turn the
it.
sound off on this. I'm listening to myself over and over again. That's not
Slightly
good.
adjacent, I guess you could say.
Okay, where is the thing?
Usually drama over there. Yeah, sometimes. Sounds like
Where does it say?
back when
Edit video?
what's her name? Tomato said the power of the panelverse. haven't been on her panel in quite a while. I should probably go back there and visit it and surprise everybody. Like, Mr. Bill, where have you been? You haven't been watching me, have you? Is what I would say.
Delay,
What's
redirect.
Sonny up to?
Okay, I got to get his link.
Reading his chat, probably.
Chris, shout out
Copy.
to Chris and Danny. Shout out to Chris and Danny for coming to get
Over
me
here.
at 6 o'clock in the morning to go get new bedding and plywood and stuff to secure our place. We love you. Eddie Eagle, thank you, bro. Yeah, it's
Okay, I think this
And
is going to
again,
work.
guys-
like this. Like
Where's the link?
All right, guys. I don't have that many left, but I think I'm going to say goodnight.
in a sense, be okay with her barking.
Thank you guys who have hung out as long as you have. Oh, I got you guys on the wrong screen, don't I?
That's for sure.
Oh, I know what I did. Hang on.
They don't
Like,
play by
you
the
don't need to
rules.
see
They
that.
exactly.
Okay. I think I'm going to direct you to Mr. Bills. If you do end up on Mr. Bills, please let him know that I rated him,
Like I ran out
and we'll watch his
immediately.
reaction on that.
They were gone. There was nobody out there. It
Good
was
night to
dead
you,
inside.
Hubie. Good night,
I ran
Joe.
out immediately in my
Good night,
bed.
Schlepper. Oh, you live in New Mexico and you have to come to Oregon? I'm
There's
sorry.
that give and go again for Sonny that kind of
I'm
had
sorry for
a
that.
situation on his bed where they attacked him. And also, it took out 8 of his tires. He had an old car and
But
a
yeah,
newer
guys,
car,
so I'm
and they
gonna
took
I'm
out
gonna go ahead
all
and
8 tires of
get my
his
dinner done and get ready for
slash
work. So
van,
I
yes.
appreciate you guys for being on here. Been on for 4.5 hours. Holy crap.
I'm not sure if
Until I
he has
see you guys
pictures of that out
next,
there or
be
not,
good to
but
one another
crazy.
and pay what? What?
Yeah, we're
Okay,
not
we'll
sleeping in
promote you,
the
Mr.
rooms
Bills, or something,
right
because I'm about to
now.
turn this off, so it's not gonna work.
We're-
If you guys know
we're-
how to get to Lady
yeah,
A's,
we decided
please go
to not
subscribe to
sleep
her.
in
We're trying to get her to
bedrooms
50.
for a while.
In the meantime, guys,
Sleeping
be good to one another and Patreon on, and I'll see you on the next episode.
studio, but
Peace.
Thank you for the donation. Somebody who has